Establishing battlefield control, standby. Hello Brigadiers, Haywire here. Brushtail Command has launched an adventure beacon. We will be joining up with the fleet momentarily, please find a comfy seat and strap in for adventure. Make sure to rally up by activating the roll call beacon in your channel redeems. For your safety, remain seated with the doors closed, keeping your hands, arms, feet, legs, tails, and wings inside while the adventure is in motion. Diagnostics in progress. Timer, set. Loaf Quest, online. PokeCare, ready. Troll and Roll, armed. Grand Mining Facility, running. Token Shop, open. Submines, operational. Diagnostics complete, everything's green. Safety checks are cleared. This adventure is ready to depart. Get ready. We are launching in 3, 2, 1. Good luck, have fun, Brigadiers.
Oh my goodness. Are we here? Are we live? My paw beans here? Yes, they are. Luna, hi. Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing tonight? Oh, what a week it's been. It's a crazy week. Dude, you guys should have seen me yesterday. So, my week has been so incredibly crazy that yesterday I literally got home from work, had a little food, jumped in a Discord call, and like 15 minutes into the call, I was passing out in my seat. My body was totally crashing. This day has been yeah, it's just for me it's just been like a combination of things. So Tuesday so here's the funny thing, right? So Monday I come in and you guys have seen the some of you have seen the Discord announcement regarding this. So I come into work, right? And they're like, this might have been Friday. It was either Friday or this Monday. Come into work and they're like, hey, we'd like to offer you a promotion. Like, benefits, like, better pay, all this stuff. Well, you'd be working a little bit more hours, but the pay is really worth it. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, yeah, dude, I'm totally, you know what? Let's do it. Why not, right? Like, I'm having fun at this job. And they're like, great, can you start immediately? And I was like, what's immediately? And they're like, tomorrow. So Tuesday, I go into work, and so I start my new hours and everything, and I am, you know, it was a rough day that day, so I'm just kind of out of it. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm like trying to like get all this information of like, oh, I'm gonna be doing this now, I'm gonna be doing this now, this is this system, this is that system, blah blah blah. And so like I'm trying my best to absorb all this information, and I just feel like I'm on I'm in the fast lane on a freeway, and I'm like trying to absorb all this information, and I'm not really absorbing a lot because you guys have to understand, the following day, Wednesday morning, I had a meeting with my surgeon for a follow-up about how my recovery is doing, how long it's going to take me to fully recover, and stuff like that. So like I'm not even focused on any of the stuff that they're trying to teach me on Tuesday. My mind is like, I hope I'm not recovering for another month. I hope, you know, when the doctor looks at the incision, that everything looks healthy and he doesn't find any fragments of the infection anymore. And so I'm just like, all this stuff is going through my head. Wednesday comes around. When I get off of work Tuesday, and I try to get some sleep on like Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and I get, as you can imagine, I get spotty. What's the word? Spotty sleep, at best. I don't even know how many hours I got that night. It was just like, it just felt like I was up every 30 minutes and whatnot. So I get up, I stumble out of bed, I go to the follow-up. Everything's good. Everything, he's like, there's no sign of the infection anymore. Healing process is going well. He was telling me that I don't have to exchange the packing as much. Like, he still wants it at every 24-hour period. But I was telling him, like, yeah, I was doing, like, these, you know, 25-inch strips and packing it into me and the wound and whatever. He's like, oh, yeah, no, you're at the stage where you don't need to put tremendous amount, because we want a little wiggle room so that things start like closing in the incision point. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I get home and I'm like, all right, I have just enough time to shower, devour something really quickly, and then change out the packing for the day, and then head to work. And that's exactly what I did. So I go to work, and I feel like I'm a zombie. And I tell my boss, I tell my coworkers, I'm like, hey, it's been a crazy day. I'm in survival mode. Like, I know we had some plans to go over more stuff today, but I'm not going to be processing much of any of it because of how I feel. I told them, like, I probably should have called out, but I didn't. So we get through Wednesday. Then I get home, eat, then jump on the Discord call, and my body just crashed completely. It was like 8:30, and my body was done. Like, with all the stress, with everything that I was trying to absorb with the new promotion and everything, it just finally caught up with me, and it was like, what? So I jump off the Discord call, and I roll into bed, and I was out. I slept probably like 11 hours. It was just... so close. But yeah, hello, how's the promotion been so far? It's been great. I've been loving it. The new responsibilities are not too terrible. So a lot of my coworkers, they're not particularly tech savvy. So one of my new responsibilities is to help them out by creating these PowerPoint presentations so that they have kind of a direction to guide the students on certain activities and whatnot. Because each one of the classrooms at my site has like this TV/computer they call a Promethean board. And it's super cool. It's like this giant television that also acts as a full-blown computer, like a touchscreen computer. So I can help my coworkers by setting up these PowerPoint presentations to teach the kiddos and facilitate discussion and creativity through these PowerPoint presentations. And it was so funny because I went into work today, and see, I was under the assumption that, and this is like the information overload I've been having over the past 2 days. In my brain, I heard that I had to create a PowerPoint presentation once a week for like the upcoming week, right? So create a PowerPoint, blah blah blah, and that'll be for next week. And then next week I create another PowerPoint for the following week. So like I'm like furiously coming up with the ideas and stuff and creating like a format for what I want the assignments, activities, and things to do. And I have this database that I'm pulling and drawing information from that says, okay, well, during this week, the kiddos are going to be learning about this, right? So there's not a lot of like critical thinking from me that's like, oh my god, what do I need to like create to have the kiddos like learn something? It's basically outlined for me in this large database, and it's crazy all the things in this database that comes from HQ. So I'm sifting through all these different files, and all I basically have to do is select the ones that I think would be good for our campus and then apply them into this PowerPoint presentation. So I'm like furiously typing in this to-do list thing that I'm working on. And so I get this great outline. I'm like, all right, we're gonna have, this is the theme this week, this is the theme this week. This is the theme this day, this is the theme on this day, and this is the theme on this day. And I got like 3 themes of the day. And I was like, okay. And then I started filling out this format in my to-do list. Had all these activities. I was like, okay, here's what we're gonna do this week. And we got 1, 2, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start on next week's, right? So I start doing next week's, or like 2 weeks from now. And so I go to my coworker. I was like, dude, I got these great ideas. So this week, I'm thinking about these activities, blah 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 blah. And then the following week, I've started on it, but I feel like I need some more. And she looks at my list. It's like a Word document, right? And she looks all the activities I've pulled together and all the YouTube videos that I've been able to get. And she's like, no, you have enough for 2 weeks here. And I was like, wait, what? And she was like, yeah, no, like I was telling you yesterday. It's one PowerPoint presentation per 2 weeks. You're not creating a PowerPoint presentation every week. And I was like, wait, what? So she's like, yeah, because like the students aren't going to be using, or the teachers are not going to be using this PowerPoint every day. It's just, you're creating these very specialized activities that the teachers are only going to use on Tuesdays and Thursdays, only for, it's like an hour lesson. And so what we do here is we have, you know, like what you have here, like activity 1, activity 2, activity 3, activity 4. And that's for, you know, activity 1 is for Tuesday, activity 2 is for Thursday, activity 3 is for the following Tuesday, and activity 4 is for the following Thursday. And what you have here is like 8 activities already listed. I was like, oh, so you're telling me I did double the amount of what I'm supposed to do, and I didn't even realize it. So now all I have to do, and I'm going to be doing this next week, is just putting all this information into a small PowerPoint that's bite-sized, so that the teachers don't have to like get like the. And I'm glad they told me this, because I'm thinking I'm gonna write up like an encyclopedia of a PowerPoint presentation, and it's gonna be epic and awesome. They're like, no, we need it bite-sized chunks that's easily digestible, so that the teachers can just put something up on the screen to focus the kids' attention, and then go and do the activity. So you need to think about this very simplistically. And I was like, look, I didn't say this, but in the back of my mind, I was like, I could do this in my sleep. This is easy. Hi Phoenix, how are you doing? Welcome on in. So yeah, me and my overachieving tail wound up doing typical overachieving stuff. Physical and mental exhaustion hits differently. Oh my god, Toru, yeah. And yesterday night, both physical and mental exhaustion hit at the same time. Sparky, hi, how are you doing? So that has been my week so far. I feel much more alive today after the 11-hour sleep session. Mouse, hi! 100% in hyper planning mode. I was, dude. I was crazy hyper planning. Because my mind, okay, so my mind went back to my previous job, right? My previous job, they had me doing PowerPoint presentations, and I had to like come up with like these 36 long slide presentations in like a week to like have the outside sales department present this to clients at a business convention. And so that's where my mind was coming from. I'm like, okay, I need to create like a 25 to 36 slide presentation for these kiddos by next week so that the teachers have something. And my coworker was like, no. They're looking for like no more than 10 slides for 2 weeks. And I was like, oh, yeah, I could totally do that. So yeah, I was locked in and ready to go, thinking I'm doing a full-on, I don't know, project. And they're like, no, we need it to be anywhere between 7 and 10 slides. Like, oh shoot, okay, I'm gonna have to like cut back on some of these ideas that I had. Yeah, dude, it is the classic Sen thing to do. Tyler, hi and have a wonderful night. It's literally classic Sen. I have been doing this since middle school, like junior high, where like a teacher will assign a project and my brain just it starts overcomplicating it, and it's like, oh, I want this, I want to do this, I want to do this, and blah blah blah. And they're like, no, like smaller, Sen, smaller, like make it more manageable. Sen cakes. See, that part of me still exists, and I let it run rampant here on the channel. And that's why we have such like wild and wacky crazy things, because while I've gotten better at managing the overcomplicatedness of like, okay, don't overcomplicate this, make it simple, I feel like I have a better handle on it. But when it comes to our channel here, I don't stop it. I let it go hog wild. And that's why we have the raid alert. That's why we have the celebration of the rank up promotion. And this is why we have Loaf Quest down below. This is why I'm doing Project Loaf by the end of the year, and it's still bothering me that I haven't worked much on Project Loaf. But I have to keep perspective. Perspective is I need to recover from my surgery first, and then I can go back to being crazy maniacal me with welding goggles and going complete ham in OBS. So that's been my week. Now we're gonna tone it down now. We're gonna chill out with a little bit of art tonight. So the goal is to begin working on the headshot raffle from December of all things. Yes, December. We're still that far back in the queue. So in December we had a headshot art raffle, and Castor was the one who won that art raffle. So we will be doing a headshot for Castor. I know we just recently did a headshot for Castor, so my goal is to make Castor look even cooler in this new one. Now that I have him drawn at least once. Not gonna lie, my brain shut off when we had 14 baby sheep this week. For today alone, 2, Mamas are still waiting to pop some half dead and half high alert. Oh my goodness. Mouse, do you take care of sheep? Like actual sheep? That's wild. Anywho, let's head on over to the game room because that's it for housekeeping today. Unfortunately, I don't have much more, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't have any housekeeping notes for the stream, unfortunately, because of, well, you know. Shinobi, I will take that and stuff it into my fur. Hello, Shinobi. Sheep, goats, mules, and other hooved jerks. Wow. Mouse, are you like, do you, what's the word? Own a farm? I'm always looking for like, this is, you know, when we were talking about overcomplication, whenever I have to stop and think about it, it's not that I don't know the base word that I'm looking for, it's that my brain is trying to grasp at a more complicated term than, for example, own, right? I could have just asked, oh, Mouse, do you own a farm? And instead, my brain was trying to look for a vocabulary word that was more sophisticated than owned, and my brain just couldn't come up with anything. Bam does? Ooh. I see. Alright, let's head on over to the game room, where we will be doing some art tonight. Woo! So, some of you guys might remember, Castor is a lion deer, no, it's tiger. Sorry, tiger and some antlered species. Which I'm forgetting. But that is what we're going to be doing tonight, is doing another headshot of Castor. Trying to make it look more epic, more floofy. You might remember, but Sen didn't remember. Yeah, I never remember. It's so funny that my kiddos just don't even question it anymore. We don't have pigs anymore. On another note, Easter ham's gonna be amazing. You know, Panda, that's the word I was actually trying to go for. I was going for proprietor, couldn't remember it. My brain went to procurement, realized that procurement was not the correct word. Had a moment where I had to backtrack. I'm like, okay, I'm not getting this word. So let's just go back to owned. Literally what my brain was doing. It's so silly. It's so funny though, Panda, that you chose proprietor, because it's literally what my brain was looking for. And all I could think of was, what's the word I just used? Look, I have short-term memory issues, okay? Procurement, there we go. Procurement was the word my brain kept coming back to. Anywho. So yes, let us begin with a little bit of art tonight. And then tomorrow I'm excited because we're going to be playing more Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. And you guys would not believe how difficult it has been for me not to load up Echoes of Wisdom this week. and just roam the entirety of Hyrule looking for that last stamp. I was like, on my way home from work on Tuesday, I was driving home and I was thinking to myself, you know, when I get home from work, I could load up Pillars of Wisdom, then play it, try to find the stamp, maybe locate the last stamp, and then on Friday, I could be like, guys, we're looking for the last stamp, let's see if we can find it tonight. And then just play ignorant for like 30 to 40 minutes. Be like, where is it, guys? We'll find it. And then all the while, me like, oh, maybe it's here. Oh, I have the strong feeling it's gonna be here. And then, quote unquote, miraculously find it. Be like, oh my god, guys, we found it. Oh, what are the odds? What are the odds we found it here? And then I was playing the story out in my head, I was thinking, you know, that would be super funny and they would never know. But I feel like it would also rob us of like a genuine moment. Even though to you guys it would look like a genuine moment, but to me it wouldn't be a genuine moment. It was like, okay, I'm going to restrain myself. The stream's over. Sen isn't setting right now. Yeah, that's how you know that I've been replaced. Is if I suddenly come on stream. I need to break into my backup pretty soon. I'm doing screen cleaning right now, which is why we haven't actually started. Sitting here, microfiber cloth and this green solution that I'm spraying my screen with right now. Also, if I sound a little congested, don't mind that. My allergies have been going a little crazy today. I'd record myself finding the final stamp and talk over it live to mess with people. Well, you know, it's funny. It's what I just talked about right now is actually not beyond me. So back when I was still a very small streamer, streaming to maybe like 1 or 2 people, I actually used to do that several times. Where I'd be like, oh god, I've never seen this part. And I'd be like, wow, god, this is amazing, look at this. All the while, in the background, it's like, no, I've totally known about this. When Sen goes live and says, you love fish now? Yeah, if I ever say I love fish, I've been replaced. For sure. %, no questions. Also, if I start speaking with long words and not having any stumbling moments, that's another clear sign. You know, it's funny. I've actually thought about this in the past a lot, about what would happen if somebody, like, let's just say I don't know, aliens existed and they were replacing people to the point where it's like you don't know if who you're listening to is actually the real person. And I've thought about this every now and then when I'm bored. I'll just do this like mental exercise. And I always find it amusing because it would be so incredibly easy to figure out if I was an imposter or not. Because think about it. If there's so many things, there's so many weird things that I do and don't do, that if I suddenly started doing them, you guys would know it wasn't me immediately. So like the easiest tell would be if I suddenly started cursing. Like an alien comes down, analyzes our society, is like, oh, this is the basic speech pattern of the average modern day person, and then impersonates me and goes live, and then just starts saying, you know, what everybody else says. You'd be like, you guys would be like, not, who is this? This is not Zen. Self-deprecating, that's my I've been replaced sign. True panda. I mean, it will happen eventually. Eventually. This I have confidence in. But yeah, I'm a very strange individual when compared to other people of this era. Like I don't swear, I don't cuss, I don't curse. And I always find it funny because a lot of times I'll come across, like, throughout my entire existence in the working sphere, department, I don't know. I always come across coworkers when they find out I don't swear or anything, and then they do. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. I hope, because they'll like swear in front of me. I hope that doesn't offend you or anything. I'm like, no, I'm a child of Xbox Live. I have become fully desensitized to any and every sort of, like, I don't know what you want to call it. Foul language, I guess, question mark? I don't know. I don't know what you would want to call it. So I always tell them, nah. Like, it would take quite a bit in order for me to get offended by words. You started swearing at my Christian Minecraft server? How dare you? But yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing I try to. I guess that's one of my goals in life, is to come off as very easygoing. Somebody who you don't have to worry about, like, getting upset at something you said. It would be very difficult for you to get to a point with me where I'm just like, okay, I've had enough here. And another thing that I try to hopefully convey to people that know me is that if you do something that irks me or something I don't agree with, you will never have to worry about me canceling on social media. I am very much opposed to cancel culture as a whole. I think it does more harm than good. And I've talked about this before, but one of the main reasons I strongly dislike cancel culture, amongst many, is that the person in question, the one that is getting canceled, never has it explained to them, like, why is it these people are getting mad at me, right? There's never ever a moment where it's properly explained. No, a lot of us might think, well, oh, well, it's super obvious. It should be super obvious why this person's getting canceled and why they're getting canceled. But can we take that assumption? Like, you're talking about somebody who is saying something completely, like, that is way out there, right? You say what you want. Like, you can think of anybody you've seen in the past get canceled, and you're just sitting there thinking, like, why are they saying this? This is crazy, right? Exactly. If you have to come from the assumption that these people just don't understand the gravity of what they're saying. At least that's how I so I just am like, I would rather talk to somebody in DMs and be like, hey, you know, this is why this is, and blah blah blah, and like it's not wise for you to have this opinion, and this is why, and stuff like that. I just, nothing good comes out of doing stuff like that publicly, even if the person does it, or initially does it publicly, right? I told said pancakes are superior. He hasn't spoken to me off stream since. Well, no, technically, Panda, it's always me bringing it up, right? I tell you how much waffles are superior, and then you always tell me that I'm wrong. Takai, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to this very vibey art and chill tonight. I hope your Thursday, aka Pizza Friday Eve, going amazingly. Yeah, there have been I feel 2 instances where I have warned 2 separate friends not to do or say something on social media. And do you know which of those 2 friends listened to me? If you said none of them, you would be correct. None of them listened to me. And they wound up posting certain things on social media. One was a flame war that was started by this one friend, and another was something that should not have been posted, but was posted anyways. And in both situations, they both were flabbergasted on why they were getting flamed and canceled on social media for it. I was just like I tried, right? I really tried. I gave one, the first one, a warning 3 days in advance, because he was like, oh, I'm gonna do a call out post to such and such, such and such and such and such. And I was like, bro, let me stop you right there. And I will tell you the play-by-play of what is about to happen to you if you go through with this. I told him, you are gonna ignite a flame war, a cancel, like, shout out war that you will not be prepared for. You will get so much chaos. You'll have a lot of people coming to your side, but a lot of people coming to the side of the people that you're calling out. And you're gonna get people coming to your streams and telling you that you're a bad person because you're erroneously calling out these people. And then you're gonna get people who are replying to your tweet and reposting and saying all manner of things to you. And if you can't handle one guy telling you that you are kind of annoying, you are not going to survive the wave of people that are going to start replying to your social media posts publicly. It will destroy you. And this is exactly what I told this friend of mine. I said it's gonna go as far as you're gonna make a public post a week later when this thing spirals out of control. You will make a post on Twitter a week later saying that you can't believe the fandom is so toxic and that you're leaving the fandom. And that's literally what happened. He took zero of my advice. He made a call out post on Twitter. There was so much flame coming out of that wildfire. A week later, he posted exactly what I said. This fandom is so toxic. I can't believe you guys would side against me on this. But you know what? I'm gonna leave the fandom. Ay. So that was the first friend. The second friend had this wild idea. It sounded cool, right? It sounded cool. Wild idea. Make this hype post, right? Super hype, promoting his latest and greatest thing. And I was like, dude, you should totally promote this. I think it would be a great idea to promote this, right? Like, you know what? This is how I'll do it. Blah, blah, blah. And he's like going through these bullet point lists, right? And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm on board, right? Like, you have this new thing, you want to promote it, you want to hype it up. I'm loving it. And then I got to like the bottom of the list, and then he went into like how he was going to construct this hype train, is what I'll call it. And everything stopped. I put on the brakes so hard. I was like, bro, you can't do this. The people you are marketing this hype to, we'll just say, doesn't like this particular thing, right? They don't like this particular thing. I get you want to generate hype, but you put this in there, and they are going to, the people you are marketing to are going to turn on you faster than you've ever seen in your entire life. It'll be like you flipping a coin and it going from heads to tails. It'll be that quickly. And I warned this friend 36 hours in advance before catastrophe. And was I listened to? Absolutely not. I was not listened to. 36 hours later, I couldn't believe it. At least the first friend at least thought about it for 3 days before doing the dumb. This other friend, it was like, nah, dude, I've got this. I won't even take 48 hours before I take your advice and put it in the recycle bin. So I get up 36 hours later. It's like some Saturday morning or whatever. And I just got breakfast. I sat down, and the tornado was already starting. I jump on Twitter, and there it is, right there for everybody to see. Literally everybody. The marketing disaster of the century. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Oh, Panda, it's the song. It's the song Pharaoh High. So yeah, 36 hours later, I'm on my Twitter feed, and I see this marketing deployment. And I'll be honest with you guys, I was literally dumbfounded. because as somebody who used to be a marketing specialist, I gave my top advice to my friend. My top advice. I was like, bro, do it this way. Do it this way. Do it this way. You do that, the hype is going to be off the charts. And all of that was thrown out. Pharaoh, that is a gold alert. You're in need of a rank up. Thank you so much, Pharaoh, for a tier 1 sub for 6 heckin' months. Pharaoh, are you ready to rank up? Your beat is in 2 hours. Darius, happy early birthday. Oh my god. Can we get some hearts and hype and happy birthdays for Darius? Darius, you're coming in at a good time. Not only are we doing a rank up promotion here in just a moment, but I am very deep into a Sen story about 2 friends of mine who took my advice, threw it in the recycle bin, and then was wondering why things were blowing up on their social media in a bad way. So you came in at a good time. I'm in the middle of it, but before we continue, let's get Pharaoh ranked up, shall we? Their own ukulele apology, that'd be top tier. That would be so top tier. All right, Pharaoh, let's do this. Volpi, how are you doing? Everyone who disagrees with it. Oh, Volp, it's better than that. I'll recap a little bit once we're back from ranking up Pharaoh, but the second friend, it was just, I was floored by it. All right, let's get Pharaoh ranked up. All right, Pharaoh, you're first on the list tonight. Oh, where's my paw beans? Hello. Pharaoh, congratulations. You're about to rank up here. Are you excited about this? I'm very excited. So for those who are new here, this is our rank up ceremony. Every time you get a new colored sub badge here on the channel, specifically in chat, we have a little celebration celebrating you. In this case, Pharaoh. Pharaoh is about to rank up from, I forget what rank you're currently at, Pharaoh, but whatever your rank is, it's gonna go +1. Cutest Falf in existence is ready to go. Let's go. Pharaoh, when you are ready to go through that shining door, exclamation mark, rank up in chat. Then we'll get the hype started. Don't forget, wait, what was it? That was it. Please don't lick the crystal. There we go. Yes. Rogue to Ranger. Pharaoh, how does it feel to be our newest Brushtail Ranger? You know what's interesting? There have been a lot of Ranger rank ups recently. We've had Leona, Phoenix. Got a heck ton of them. Alright, let me make sure that I get you squared away here. So I deleted you from Rogue, now posting you in Ranger in our Discord server. So, for those that might not know, we have an entire rank system, like visual system in the Discord that showcases where you stand in the Brushtail Brigade. I feel great, and I can assure you that I'm not a lone ranger because I'm anything but alone. I love it. Yeah, here in the Brushtail Brigade, no one's ever alone. Where some view cuteness, I was almost gonna say cutscenes. Some view cuteness as a weakness and something to cringe at. I view it as strength and I embrace it. Hey, I'm right there with you. If I'm cute, so be it. As long as at the end of the day, people consider me nerdy and smart as well, I am all for it. I like being cute. Yes. I enjoy it too. That's why I believe I have, what, 121 cutie points from our cute curse. Look at you. Exactly, Pharaoh. Exactly. I am the embodiment of cute. Oh my goodness. Well, Pharaoh, thank you again for the tier 1 sub and congratulations on becoming our newest ranger. Let's head on back to the game room. From, you know, I feel like I need to make the Inner Sanctum a little bit more foresty. Since we're technically in the forest. You guys will be able to see that once the overworld map is done by my map designer. Send pics on Discord? Wait. Send pics. I don't know where you're talking about, a mouse, but okay, let me see here. Why does it say that's a new post? That's so weird. I added? In where? Artwing? Then pics on Discord. Random pics. Oh. Let me check that out really quickly before we head back. Oh, the goat or the sheep. Oh, dude, that's so cool. See, I read it as send pics, like you had pictures of me, like my cute blue fluffiness. I see now it was send pause pics on Discord. Sage, hi. Cute is my superpower. I will kill a cute. I approve. All right, let's head on back. Canadian Ferret, hello, how are you doing? Welcome. How are you doing? Happy Pizza Friday Eve. Welcome into our Art and Chill. We are currently doing a tiger deer hybrid. I think it's a tiger deer hybrid. One of our good friends, Sona, Castor. See Castor's headshot here. EP, I feel that. Definitely feel that. I know after stream tonight, I'm definitely gonna crash again. Being queued up in his inner sanctum, yes. And then once we have an overworld map to where we're located, I'll get to show you guys more accurately where the inner sanctum is located. Some of you guys have already seen the sketch of our overworld. where all of our lore resides, but I'm actually getting a map of it done as we speak. No, not as we speak, actually. I don't know if my map designer has been working on it lately, because he's been kind of sick lately. But hey, there's also me who's been in recovery mode myself, so I'm not in any big, huge rush. Let's add some extra fluff here. You know how I feel about the extra fluff. We might need to move the cheek fluff in a little bit. Oh, ad break. Once the ad break is done though, let's go back into talking about my story. It's kind of a hilarious story on my end. Because you know, when you see a disaster coming, okay. So I always like warning people of disasters, because then when the disaster happens, it makes me feel like I'm sort of like psychic fortune teller. Like, oh, I'm able to see into the future, right? When it's actually just like it's really not, but you know, I'm a nerd. I like to think of myself as like a superhero, so it's like my superpower is to be able to see into the future. Even though there's literally no basis behind it. Alright, so Castor. Something looks wrong about the mouth, and I don't know what. It's probably... Gone. Let me start with the upside down taco, and then we'll smooth it out. I think that's what we should be doing. Kind of following. My common sense is tingling. Yeah, and you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword, Volf, because on one end, I'm like Loki, right? I love to be right. I absolutely adore it. It's almost addicting, which is why I will go and try to predict things, even though I feel 75% of the time I'm wrong on it. But just the fact that when I'm right, oh, it's so succulent. I'm working on a ferret husky for a streamer. Ooh, I'm still struggling to find a pose, something more relaxed or laid back. Ferret, I don't know if you're in ad jail, and I don't know if you could hear me. Maybe I should wait till after ad jail. But one of the things I could recommend for you, let me see if I can find it. Oh god, where did I put it? Ah, here we go. Hopefully this still works. It should still work. Cool. So, you're back. Welcome back, Ferret. Ferret, I was saying, one of the things I could maybe help you with in terms of posing is, and I'll post this link in chat here momentarily, but I know of this free web app. It's like it's a basic 3D model that you can pose. It's basically, you can pose this however you wish. You can pose it like, oh, look at those hips. It takes a little getting used to on trying to like pose. It's a really good resource if you don't have like one of those wooden doll things. Oh, there we go. There's you can like change the direction. Like I don't know. But I don't know if you've ever seen this before. It's called Magic Poser. And I'll put it in chat here. And it kind of helps me a lot with posing. Does it by chance have an anthro? No, it doesn't. It's just a basic humanoid 3D model. For me, I guess it doesn't bother me that it's not anthro, because it's like, oh, I know how to draw the head and I basically know digilegs, but as far as like line of action and posing, that's where I can get thanks to town. Oh, of course, Ferret, of course. I love sharing my knowledge and my tricks of the trade with as many artists as I possibly can. I mean, I do the same with streamers too. Streamer comes in here and they're like, wow, how'd you do all this stuff? How's this all running? I'm like, let me tell you, friend, about a bot named Sammy. Hang on, let me blow my nose. My snooter is running, so I'll be right back. But anyways, so before oh man, that place is cool. Wait, what place? Barrett, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Brushtail Brigade, and congratulations. You are our newest Brushtail adventurer, where an adventurer always awaits. The link? Oh, you are very welcome. Wait, is that who I think it is? Oh, dude, I thought that was Charlie. It's like, is that Charlie? Moist critical? Anywho, okay, so let me, now that we're all out of Agile and we've ranked up Pharaoh, let me go back to my story. So for those just getting here, like Volv, who didn't hear the beginning of the story. So I started talking about, I kind of got, the whole thing started because I was talking about cancel culture and how I dislike it. And I prefer people to, you know, deal with any grudges or personal beefs with people. Like, do it in DMs. You'll find a lot more success. So that transitioned into two friends I have who I tried to warn of social media cataclysms, and out of the two friends, 0 of them took my advice. So the first one was just simple. He had beef with another person. I said, hey, you know, deal with it in DMs. Like, don't do any call-out posts or anything like that. You can't handle one person being annoying to you. So you open this up to social media and you're gonna get an entire army's worth of people, and it's not gonna be good for you. And so I laid out for my friend exactly what was gonna happen if he decided to do this call out post. So him having the ego that he had, it overruled my advice, and he went through with it 3 days later anyways. And then a week after that, he left the fandom because everybody was so toxic, he said. Which was sad, because that's exactly what I told him what would happen. And even to this day, I don't know if he actually remembers that I warned him 3 days in advance. But then I went to then we were on the story of the second friend, and I found the second friend to be more, in my mind, more crazy of the two, because, well, I didn't have, this may sound mean, and I don't mean this to sound mean, but I had very little faith that the first friend was going to take my advice, so I kind of knew the outcome was inevitable for him. But the second friend I had mad respects for. Like, to a great extent, I kind of looked up to this friend of mine. What he was doing and everything was crazy and amazing. And so the short of the prologue was that this friend wanted to promote this thing, this I don't know what you want to call it, event or something, and he wanted to hype it up, like, oh my god, this is amazing. And I remember telling him, like, yeah, dude, you should totally promote this. Like, this is a good thing. This will be a great thing for the community at large. I think a lot of people will have fun with it, and I think it's generally a good spirited thing in kind of these, like, you know, dark times, right? You know, because this was back in what, 2020, 2021 or something, some such thing. I don't know, somewhere along those lines. Gato, hi! What were you doing? Drawing, hooray! Yes. I have moist emotes despite not being subbed. That's so funny. So anyways, so he was gonna do this whole, like, promotion hype train, and I was all for it. I was like, bro, this sounds amazing. This will be such a boon for the community, such an uplifter for the community. I think it'd be great, right? So he starts telling me his plan, and I was all for it until he got to a particular moment in the idea train. And I put on the brake. I halted everything. I was like, bro, I love where you're going with this, but the means of dispersal is all wrong, right? Completely wrong. You have to understand your audience. You're gonna try to market this to a specific audience, and the way that you want to market it has already been a known fact that the people you're marketing to will reject this format like the body rejects a foreign entity that is currently infecting the body. Like, don't do this. Like, here are 3 solutions, 3 alternatives of how you can deploy this marketing campaign. Just don't do it the way you're talking about. Like, please don't. You are going to see a backlash that would cause even the greatest car crashes epic whiplash. Like, it'll be more whiplash than an epic car crash. Like, don't do it. So I told him what would happen, how it would happen. Don't do it. Here's three different solutions for deploying this campaign. At least my first friend took 3 days to think about what I said. This second friend didn't wait more than 36 hours before he took my advice, put it in the recycle bin, and then flushed the recycle bin down the toilet. So here's where I left off at. It was like a Saturday morning, right? I'm browsing Twitter on my day off, and I see this marketing piece from my friend in the exact way that I told him not to deploy this marketing campaign. I couldn't believe it. I was dumbfounded, because here is a person I respected, right? Here's somebody I respected and looked up to, and I was like, I made some good points, and it was on good faith that I made these points to try to, like, explain to my friend, like, hey, this is bad. This would be a catastrophe on social media. So I'm looking at this this marketing campaign, and what I'm seeing is, like, blowing my brains out. And I immediately, as somebody who had, for a short time, a marketing specialist background, I immediately go into frantic, like, I don't know, what do they call it in the business? It's not de-escalation, but it's it's something along the lines in that industry. They call it something along the lines of cleanup. And so I forget the exact term that the marketing people constantly use, but it was basically cleanup mode. And I was like, oh, damage control. That's what they call it in industry. They call it damage control. So my marketing brain immediately goes into damage control mode. And so I'm DMing my friend, I'm DMing his friends, and like, I'm like, bro, I need to get an immediate line to this guy, and I need him to take down this marketing campaign immediately. Because at the point where I saw it, nobody had really seen it yet. And I'm like, oh my god, if somebody big on social media picks this up, it is going to be so disastrous for my friend. I was stunned. I was like, there's no way that this is happening right now. So I go to every channel that I could possibly find to try to get in contact with somebody who has the ability to take this marketing campaign off of social media. Needless to say, I was woefully unsuccessful, because literally 40 minutes later, you started to get these bigger Twitter accounts retweeting, and I was like, oh god, I literally what's that story in the Bible where the dude like washes his hands, like he's like telling the crowd, like, who do you want to release, like this weirdo or Jesus, right? And then the crowd is like, oh, release the weirdo, right? And then I feel like I'm that dude who's like responsible for this, like, not to say that I'm responsible for it, but like in his position, I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, all right, where's my servant? Where's a cup of water? Like, clean my hands. And I'm like, bro, I'm out of here, dude. The kingdom is burning, and all the firefighters right now are trying to extinguish the flames with raw gasoline. And I'm like, bro, this city is burning. I washed my hands clean. I walked away. And then I sat back. I got my lawn chair and I got a glass of iced tea. And I put on some sunglasses. And it was perfect because I was at such a distance away that the temperatures of the fire actually felt pretty nice. And I was just sipping tea. I was like, bro, I predicted what's the Pompeii. You know Pompeii, the village that got destroyed by the volcano. I was sitting at a safe distance and I was watching the volcano erupting. And then I watched as the entire city of Pompeii got destroyed, and I was just sitting there with hot tea, iced tea, some sandals, my sunscreen because I burn really easily, and my lawn chair. And I was just watching this unfold. And I said, well, 36 hours ago, I was warning of this very same outcome. I went to the village of Pompeii. I said, you guys, listen, that volcano over there is going to erupt in a short period of time. We'll just say 36 hours. You guys all need to evacuate. And instead of the evacuation happening, they laughed me out of their city. And I was like, okay, well, I did my courtesy duties. Right, my niceness duties. I tried to warn Pompeii that the volcano was going to explode and their entire village was going to burn to a crisp, and probably their entire village wiped out in a giant lava explosion. And so that's what I did. 36 hours before, that's what I did. I warned my friend, don't do this. It's going to be a catastrophe. So I was just watching. What are you supposed to do at that point, right? Like sometimes you just gotta appreciate nature. You know? It's like I tried my best. I will try to give you the advice that you need to avoid certain outcomes. But again, as a teacher, I can't force you to take my advice. I can give you the advice based on experience, and then it's up to you to decide whether you're going to take it or you're going to flush it down the toilet. And that's what happened here. And this is the hardest part about being a teacher, right? Is that sometimes you just have to watch your friend throw gasoline on himself and then light a match and watch as he goes around in an inferno of flame, and then after it's all said and done wonders why he has third-degree burns all over his body. And as a teacher, I just have to sit there and be like, well, you know, I warned you, right? I like added you, I talked to you about it, like there was only so much I could do. And so it's not that I don't have sympathy or empathy, but more so when I have friends that are that stubborn and they get burned like that and they don't take my advice, I feel bad for them, because it's like a parent watching a child skateboard into a pothole in the street when you've told that child 3 or 4 different ways that there's a pothole in front of you. Watch the pothole or you're gonna fall and scrape your knee. And then the child goes off, ignores you, and then they hit the pothole, they fall over, they scrape their knee is bleeding out, they're crying hysterically, and you're just like, you know, you want to feel bad, and you're rushing them to try to get bandaged so that the bleeding stops, but in the back of your mind, you're like, bro, I told this person exactly what was gonna happen, and they didn't listen. Calzoners, hello! I told you about the stairs bro moment. Exactly. So, needless to say, he was caught off guard. He didn't know why this marketing campaign was producing so much flack and personal hate towards him. And at that point when even after all was said and done, he still didn't get it. I was like, there's nothing I can do here. I'll just, like, I don't know. I just, you know, I feel bad, but there's only so much that you can do. So I kind of was just like, you know what? I'm gonna back away, right? Like, clearly he is getting annoyed at my suggestions and doesn't want to hear my suggestions. So, you know, at that point, you kind of just have to walk away, right? If they there's a difference between refusal to listen and then getting upset at you for even giving the advice in the first place. And so when you have somebody who doesn't really want to hear you out, but they still take the time to read what you say and at least think about it, there's hope there, right? But when you give the advice and then the bad thing happens and they come back and you point back to the advice, and then they're physically starting to get angry that I even gave the advice in the first place, that's somebody who is not at the present ready to start understanding the world in a deeper sense. And so those types of people I start to like back away from. So that friend I've slowly started to back away from. Marshmallows at the end. See, I know exactly what moment you're referring to. I was not surprised because that is exactly what the person you look up to always does. They have to get burned and then experience what that's like to other people to change their stance. Yeah, and so like there's nothing much more I could have done. Even though I feel bad because like I saw it clear as day before it even happened. Barrett, you became a healer. Ooh. Next time Loaf is in battle, Ferret, try doing !ATK in chat, and you'll see what your healing abilities are. Hope art is going well. It's going really well. Kelzone, we're kind of I'm like really vibing. I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but it's been like a crazy long week for me, and so we're really leaning into the chill aspect while also working on a piece for our buddy Castor. It works, but I'll try. Thanks. Oh, dude, I should give Ferret some brushtail tokens. Hang on, so that Ferret can move Loaf. Give Canadian Ferret. Let's say we'll give you. I think I have 10,000 tokens. Yeah, 10,000. Let's go. So Ferret, we have this little game called Loaf Quest. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. If you do !Loaf, this will cost 100 brushtail tokens to use, but it will encourage Loaf to move forward on the mini map. Or I guess I should say the overworld map. And the goal is to get Loaf to the treasure chest at the end of the map. But it's not as simple as it seems. There are monsters along the road to Loaf getting his treasure. And in those moments, the monsters will attack and we will have to defend Loaf against those monsters. And you have two attacks. You have !ATK, and you have !super, followed by a space, and a number of brushtail tokens you want to apply to your super. And based on how much you apply to your super is how much damage your super will do. So you have two attacks to help Loaf. It's a super fun little mini game. Sorry, be everybody. Oh yeah, no, fair. No. Go for it. Knowing me, I'll just like talk everybody's ear off. Alright, so we're gonna... Okay, so Castor has like the sand hair, but here's the thing. I have to remember that Castor's ears... And I really need to like try for the lion tiger-esque round ear, which is something I feel like was missing. From our first Loaf. Yeah, no spoilers, but that emote is actually going to be pretty important later on in the line. And I'm so excited to showcase that. All right, so there's his ear. So yeah, those were some interesting moments when it came to social media drama that I tried to stop before it became out of control. Blue, hi, how are you doing? All right, so let's work on muzzle. I think his muzzle could be a little bit better. You know what's gonna be funny is Castor's gonna come in here later and be like, "Oh, who are we working on?" Castor, it's you. We're working on you. Oh, did anyone watch the Mario Kart World trailer or like direct? And then if you guys did, what was your take on it, if any? Oh, yes, eyeball. I didn't watch it live, but I did watch a rerun of it before I went into work this morning. Yeah, there was a Mario Kart World Direct. One of the things I noticed that they still, this baffles me. They still haven't released the price tag of anything, including Mario World or Mario Kart World. Obsidian, hello, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Dude, I feel like I'm making his antlers too long. I feel like that's what my problem was last time too. Hero! Hero, hello! I mean, I know you've been here, but thank you for the tier 1 sub too. Who did it go to? Flare Wolf! Oh, Blue Flare! Heck yeah! It'd be funny if Flare Blue is streaming right now. It's like, oh, you got a gifted sub. He's like, sweet! I can work with that. Antlers are gonna go off the screen. Oh. I realize I suck at doing antlers. If anything, there's a chance Mario Kart might be more expensive. We'll see though. I'm expecting it, you know, Nintendo's probably gonna go full ham. I would not be surprised if Mario Kart World was $90. I love this song. Yes. Oh, and for those of you who remember from last year about how I was planning on doing a Final Fantasy anthology run, that's still in the works. Don't worry. Nintendo Switch Mario Kart World Bundle. I heard that it was going to be limited supply, Kiru. I think that's so raunchy. I don't think there should be a limited supply of that bundle at all. You know, most people are going to go after it. Yeah, that's what they said in the Mario Kart World direct this morning. Oh, well, supplies last, limited amount until this date. And I'm like, why? IRL events? Maybe. still frustrating though. Like this is we're not talking about some random hardware producer. We're talking about Nintendo here. Nintendo's not short on money. They could supply the world if they wanted. But yeah, the day and age now where it's like, oh, everything is limited supply. Let's don't get FOMO'd. Like, okay. Can we not though? True. But I still don't understand why that equates to limited supply. Like maybe I'm just what do they call that? A shill? I think is the word that they use. Maybe I'm just a shill who would pay anyways. But it's like, I don't know, I'm kind of getting tired of this idea. All this FOMO. Like, stop hitting me with FOMO. I'm tired of it. I'm like, there won't be a limited supply of Mario Kart World. Slap it in a box with the Switch 2. Let me pay for it. Simple as that. And let me pay for it at the bundled price. Quite a lot. Hey, if they have enough where I can buy it, I'm not gonna complain. But my problem that I have and that I foresee happening is what happened to me with the Switch. Switch came out, and it took me 1.5 years to get my hands on one. My streamer, he says he'll send a screenshot of the pose. I'm so happy. Oh, that's good. It's always nice when the commissioner, or sorry, the commissionee will supply the artist with like pose information. I just realized I never finished Castor's other eyeball. Oops. Gonna be a blood battle for the ones in the US at the moment. And see, I'm kind of already resigning myself to this fate, Panda. And so I might just have to wait another 1.5 years to get the new Switch. I mean, I've waited this long, right? And I've survived the Switch 1 debacle. Knowing that I even have to do that though. Leona, hi! Love the song, it's so good. That actually came out really good. I still feel like maybe his eyes are, I think I need to move his eye a little bit. Leona, how are you doing? When they supply me with anything they want, I feel so much better. He said when he said he doesn't like giving me more work, but it's like, man, you're making my job easier. Exactly. No, I feel that, Parrot. As somebody who does, well, I mean, that's pretty much a given that I do art, but somebody who does art too, like, sometimes the more information is better. Okay, I want to move this over. I feel like that's too. And then this eyeball needs to move over too. Perfect. Now, I still need the other antler. Excuse me. So, gotta do that. Doing alright. Just chilling at work currently. How's your recovery been? A bit a little out of the loop. Recovery is coming along well. So, this is... So, I was telling the brigade, I had my follow-up with the surgeon this Wednesday, which was yesterday. I keep thinking today's Friday. Yesterday, I had my follow-up. The surgeon is very pleased with how the incision is recovering. So, one thing he told me a bunch of things, but one of the things I'm pleased he told me is that the incision is healing in such a way that I don't need to have it super bandaged anymore. He said as long as you have like a little gauze and like fold it in half and then put it on the incision and tape it, that should be okay. So there's so much less tape on my body than previously, which I'm excited about because it was a huge bandage and I hated it. For those who are not in the know or maybe new Brushtail Brigadiers, I've had an adventure the past 4 weeks, I would say. About 3 weeks ago, I had to rush myself to the hospital because I had a pretty badly infected abscess in my lower abdomen. Yay! I was in a tremendous amount of pain, and when the hospital scanned me and realized what was happening underneath the skin, they were like, "Oh yeah, we need to cut this out of you immediately." So I had, I guess you could say, an emergency surgery where they removed this pretty large abscess out of me, which was immediate relief, I might add. But I've been recovering for the past 2.5 weeks now. So I was in the hospital for a few days, and then I was finally released, and I've just been in this recovery state where... Oh, here's the wild thing for those who don't know. Sorry, I'm getting a drink of water at the same time. So, the way the surgeon is having me recover is the way that we have the highest success chance that this problem never returns ever again. But it's crazy to me because the surgeon says we need to have this incision point where the surgery happened. We have to have it heal on its own. We have to have the body naturally heal itself, because if we were to stitch you back up, then the infection would definitely return. So even as I speak to you at this very moment, in my lower abdomen, there is a hole that I could theoretically put my finger inside of my abdomen. As weird as that sounds. So it's not sewn up or anything. It's open. Like, of course, there's what they call packing. We've been putting packing inside of it so that we kind of control the speed of recovery. So we want this hole to slowly heal and close up by itself from the inside out. And that's why we have the packing there, and why slowly over time we're putting less and less packing into this hole, because the body is slowly closing itself up from the inside out. But yeah, if I wanted to, if I took this bandage off of me right now, I could put my finger in my abdomen. I wouldn't recommend it because it's very painful to do that, but it's something I theoretically could do at the moment. Ferret, I will take those hugs. And yeah, don't worry, Ferret. I am doing really good. The recovery process is amazing. It's a slow and very painful recovery process. But trust me, I'm going to get back to 100%. And I'm going to be even better than I was before. 100%. Like, I told, who was I telling the other day? They were concerned with me because of how much pain I've been having to endure on a day-to-day basis. Primarily because of the packing exchange, because that's the other thing. I need to exchange this packing with new packing every 24 hours. And if I don't, then there's a risk that the uncleanliness of the packing could cause a new infection to form. This is why it is imperative that I change out the packing with sterile packing every 24 hours. But stuffing that much packing into this giant hole, my nervous system doesn't like it. Because it feels like every time I put it in, it just feels like there's a nerve ending right there, and I'm just like not literally screaming, but internally I'm screaming in pain. So it's funny because I have been, a couple of my friends have been messaging me, you know, making sure that I'm okay, because you can imagine this all started because there was severe pain in my lower abdomen because of this massive bloated cyst. And so I had to deal with that for a week. And then they got it removed. And then the next week was just like the surgery pain. And then once that was kind of, you know, over and done with, then it was this daily packing pain. I was telling my friend, it's like, it's crazy how much like consistent non-stop pain can change your psyche. And trust me, I'm getting better now because there's a lot less pain. But last week, I distinctly remember telling my friend, I was like, bro, I have never been so short-tempered in all of my life. It is such a foreign concept to me to be this short fused. And it was wild because like I was chewing out everybody and everything for like the most minute things. I was like, I don't like this feeling at all. Putting things into open wounds in my body doesn't like it. Exactly, Ferret, exactly. Sen's freak moment. Yeah, no, I'm too squeamish to even attempt that. Like, I get squeamish just putting this packing in my abdomen. It's not when they mean when they say to be holy for Easter. Oh my god, that's a good one. Dino, hello. This song is really good, by the way. What was I saying? Oh, so luckily, my pain index has come down significantly, where I'm starting to shed the short fusedness that I've been dealing with. But that's the one thing that I can't wait for most of all, is just like not experiencing any more pain and getting back to like 100% send, where I can, because I'm a pretty patient individual. It's not very often that you can perturb me where I get flustered. But that's been happening to me consistently these past 3 weeks. So, to conclude this little tale, the surgeon said that the hole in my abdomen should be basically 90 to 95% healed and closed up in 2 weeks. 100% in about 3 weeks. So I go see the surgeon again for a second follow-up on the 30th of April. Doesn't compare to your pain, but when I was younger, I had to take antibiotics for an infection. I ended up getting because my brain wants to say it's guile, but I don't know. That was the first time I would pass out because of pain. Ooh. Short. Sedative. Interesting. Well, I'm glad. It sounds like that's never occurred to you again, Ferret. So I'm glad that's the case. Yeah, I've never been in so much pain that I've passed out before, but I just get really irritable, like extremely irritable. It's like, don't talk to me, don't look my direction. Okay. Part of me wants to cheat, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. Let's do a little cheating. My brain is just not functioning at a higher capacity to be like, okay, how do I draw this antler on the other side? So we're just gonna do a little cheat sheet. Everybody look away. Like magic, there'll be another antler on the other side. And then I could be like, wow, look, I'm so good at this drawing thing. Okay, we did a little cheating, okay? Never taking antibiotics then, just probiotics now. Oh, my body is so used to antibiotics, it's crazy. I've been in the hospital more times than I can count. Like, I have to have more than 2 hands to count how many times I've been in the hospital. I both love and hate this song all at the same time. I like the song, but it's a very emotional song. I see the number 38, where it says right layer. Oh, that's because that's how many times I've drawn on the wrong layer. Beautiful. Many hospital visits, that's scary. Yeah, well, okay, so many of them had to do with pneumonia. So my body doesn't know how to handle the flu or the cold, the common cold, very well. So how it generally works is when I get a cold, there is a very real and serious possibility that that cold becomes bronchitis. I'm very prone to bronchitis. Once I get bronchitis, if I don't take the maximum seriousness with the bronchitis, that will immediately transform into pneumonia, and then I'm in the hospital. getting treated for pneumonia. I think I've had pneumonia like 7 times during my lifetime. One of them got so severe they called it walking pneumonia, where literally I was passing out because of how hot, like how high the fever was. Well, the layout, wrong layout. Why do we even have that layout? Okay. All right. So we've got the head done. Methinks. But we still need to add details to it. Alright, so let's clean some of this up here a little bit. Oh, we also need to flip it. Let's get rid of these guidelines. Let me look at this thing. Nose looks pretty good. Mouth looks pretty good. I feel like his left eye is just a wee little bit skewed. But everything else looks actually pretty good. Doing great tonight. Extremely excited after 7 years. I'm finally creating a ref for my first Fursona. Dude, let's go. Blue and purple Fulf named Lunar Claw. That's right, Obsidian. Oh my god. You will have to share that when it's done. Any Chrono Trigger fans in chat right now? Since that's what's currently playing. Okay. Oh, I like it. I just don't like how I moved it up. Oh no! Oh no! 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 I hate when I do that. I de-dock it. Okay, that looks much better. I become. Yeah. Speaking of JRPGs, one of the ones that I'm actually kind of hopeful for getting a remake is Breath of Fire 3, actually. I'm kind of hoping that they do a Breath of Fire 3 remake. And the only reason I'm hopeful is because of that one Japanese vote the Capcom did that one time, and a good portion of Japanese gamers who voted wanted to see a Breath of Fire series remake. And I was just thinking to myself, this is crazy. I wouldn't have guessed that anybody cared for Breath of Fire anymore. Like, you don't hear a lot about Breath of Fire. Great series. If you're into JRPGs, I highly recommend Breath of Fire 3. We got that, and that. Okay, we need to start working on the nose ring and the stripes on his face. So let's do, and other design elements on his face. Also, I think I want to touch up that just a wee bit. Yeah, okay. I think that looks a little bit better. All right, nose ring. Let's start with the nose ring. once I'm done with this ref, first I need to deal with a weekend of severe weather. What kind of severe weather, if I may ask? Oh, let me tell you, speaking of weather and Mother Nature, let me tell you about this fun little thing that happened to me on Monday? I think it was Monday. So, I'm getting ready for work. And I'm laying down just for a wee moment. And there's this thing that my chair does, where if I start rocking back and forth in it, you hear this like little, I don't know, squeak sound, very faint. So I'm laying down and I start to hear my chair do this squeak noise, and I was like, that's weird. And then suddenly my entire room started shaking. Not a lot, mind you, just a little bit. And I was like, dude, I think I'm experiencing an earthquake right now. And sure enough, it was an earthquake, and I was elated. I was a little disappointed it was so soft, but I was just like, dude, this is great. So anybody who doesn't know, I kind of like earthquakes up to a point. And that's what we had. We had a little earthquake. I was enjoying every moment of it. Unfortunately, it wasn't a big one. So I hope Castor's gonna be okay with this. It looks too big. It looks too big. Jade! Jade, hi! Two.
My Icolitis played cards.
Don't look at me. Disaster in Moldorm Cave, baby. Gets me every time. Jade, how are you doing? How was Warriors Orochi 3? You beaten it yet, or is it that type of game that you really don't beat it, you just continue playing it? We are doing some art and chill tonight. Much more chill, I feel, than art. We're taking a lot of detours on memory lane, some fun stories I've had in the past, talking about my desire to get a Nintendo Switch 2. Probably won't happen. Not for a while anyways. But yeah, how are you doing? Happy Pizza Friday Eve. Beautiful. Oh, this song reminds me of that net fishing game on the beach. Like, oh, make sure you tug the rope, but don't do it faster than the guy who's also tugging the rope with you. And then what's your reward for doing it perfectly? Oh, a boss fight. A giant electrical angler monster. Oh, gee, thanks, game. Really appreciated. You know, part of me wants to do like the whole smug look bit. Yeah. Gotta love the smug look. Oh, I'm gonna do it that way though. The direction. Oh, yeah. There we go. Dude, for those Brushtail Brigadiers who were here for the Breath of Fire 3 playthrough, do you remember me raging at that part? Dude, I was so irate about it. If I'm not mistaken, this is from Twilight Princess. What did I do for the other side? Yeah. Okay. I remember getting back home with Hardee's and watching you rage catch fish. That was so annoying. Like they couldn't just make it easy where it's like, oh, try to reel it in as quickly as possible. No, you had to wait for the NPC and follow his lead instead. Oh, we need... How did I do it with... Excuse me. Cool. And then... other eye here. You know what? Maybe I should bring this eyebrow out a little more. Okay. And then gotta mosey this. Oh. Button. And perfect. We need to do the same here. And like that. That is his two-tone. Oh, the hair. Oh my god, the hair. I'm forgetting. Got like this back floof. How did I do it here? There's other... Okay. Dude, totally forgetting about this back loop. You know what? Let me actually do it the other way around. Like doing it the other way around makes it look a lot cleaner. There we go. What we like to see. All right. Ink. Brownies. I actually don't know. Hang on. Maybe we get rid of this tuft here. Okay, you know what? I think that looks better. Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense when it comes to his design. Woo! This headshot is looking floofy. I'm liking it. Maybe, okay, wait. Maybe... Yeah, we'll do something like that, something like that. Close that off. Yeah, I think literally the only thing I'm missing now is his like tiger marks on his face. And we could start to get to line work. Wow, we might actually get to line work tonight. Line work and then maybe flipping primer layer? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get to primer layer. Cause that would be an epic stopping point if we got to primer. But before that, we actually had to finish. Gotta finish the markings. But he's got this very unique. I love the song. Very unique present. Welcome on in. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 58 fucking months. Preston, how are you doing this evening? Happy Pizza Friday Eve. Hopefully it's been a great Pizza Friday Eve for you. I feel like this needs to actually come up a little bit. Yeah, something more along those lines. Okay, and then we need a big booshing. I might just commandeer. Perhaps maybe I have to reduce the floof up here for the perfect. Big swoosh, but not huge. Second. Okay, something along those lines. I think that's pretty good. Good indeed. There's markings anyways. Did I put his markings on the other side too in my previous? No, because there wasn't enough loop on the other side. Okay, that's fine. Howdy, 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 howdy. Woke up from food coma from a buffet. Well, what kind of food did you have at this buffet? I could tell you about a buffet I went to in Reno, Nevada, and it was crazy. Never had a as crazy of a buffet there. But first, I wanna know what you had, Crescent, at your buffet. We have marking. Oops. I like this. This is Pony Wilds, I think. I love the song. So good. So upbeat. Alright, there we go. That is our sketch. So now we move on to... Well, no, actually. Let's get some more fluff on his hair. Yeah. Alright, now let's move on to line art. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I like the ear. The ear looks much more round than my previous attempt at Castor. Wait. There we go. I wanted to get some shoulder in there. I felt like the shoulder was sort of missing. Okay. So now we will save. If you can believe that. I did all that work and I didn't save a single time. Talk about living life on the edge. The edge of fate. Ah! It was a new buffet. I had coconut shrimp, themed buns, roast duck, prawns, oysters, and fried shrimp. This sounds like a very fish themed buffet. What kind of buffet? I've had a buffet before, but it's been many years. When Mom and I lived in Ohio, there was a hometown buffet. BD's Mongolian barbecue, though I don't know if BD's Mongolian barbecue would be considered buffet. I feel like that would be like more all you can eat. Crab cakes and an oyster prime roast. that you can cut. Vietnamese steak, scallops, fried potatoes wrapped in bacon. Ooh, fried sushi. You're scaring Sen. Dude, I went to a buffet in Reno. So this was during I was in Reno, Nevada for BLFC, and the hotel had this resort portion of the hotel where you can go get really good food, you can play slots and whatever. And so I noticed that this one place said, "Oh, we have a breakfast buffet." And I thought to myself, yes, I am a sucker for breakfast. Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. And you tell me that you have a breakfast buffet, that is an immediate win for me. So the following morning, I got up really early and went down and got in this long line. And I understand why it was a long line to get into this breakfast buffet. The buffet's price was, in my opinion, crazy. It was astronomical. But the buffet did make up for that price tag. So I go in and I I've never seen a bigger buffet in all of my life. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, Sen, what did they have? There's only so much breakfast items that can be made available. You know, you have eggs, toast, bacon, pancakes, waffles, sausage, oatmeal, pastries, maybe some cereal. That's pretty much it. So how can this be the biggest buffet you've ever been at? That's because they decided, and I guess this is normal, but it wasn't just the breakfast portion of the buffet that was open. It was the lunch and dinner side too. I get there and I so much food. Dude, there was steak, there was meatloaf, there was shrimp, which I avoided profusely. There was a whole fish section, which I was like, there's so much fish here. There was mac and cheese, there was pizza at 9 in the morning. There was orange juice and there was like flipping everything. I've never seen a buffet like this. They had spaghetti, they had lasagna, they had a world tour. Like, you went down this, it was crazy. You went down this long line, this incredibly long line. It wrapped around, it was like a crescent moon shape. And you would start this line and you would be in one country, and it was like there was visible differences in the architecture around these buffet things. You were literally going around the world. There was an Italian section with garlic bread, pizza, pasta. You had a fish section, a Japanese section. And then in the dead center of this crescent moon was all the breakfast stuff. I couldn't decide what I wanted. I had like 3 plates. I was like, bro, you can't just like put all this food in front of me and me not sample everything. I literally sampled as much as I could possibly hold. Chinese food? Hey, I'm open to it. I'm not like Taylor where I'm like, oh, I would never have fish ever again. If you have the knowledge of secret fish techniques where I would like it, I'm open. Yeah, but that was I got out of that breakfast buffet like 2 hours later, and I was like, you know what? The $70 was worth it. They're so good, especially for chicken. No, I haven't. Kaylin, hello. How are you doing? Welcome on in, by the way. We are working on our good friend Castor here, who has no idea that we are actually working on him tonight. No, that's a lie. I did warn him, but I think he might have forgotten. Which is fine. We'll just surprise him is all. But yeah, if I ever get back to when I get back to BLFC, that buffet is gonna be a highlight for me. I need to have that buffet at least 2 days. I need to save up a special Sen buffet fund specifically for that. I'm gonna go a little off model on there because I like the I like that line. Korean barbecue, yes. Echoes of a pufferfish. Korean barbecue is really good. Yeah, the moment you and I hang out, Panda, is the moment we're getting Korean barbecue. And if you don't like Korean barbecue, you know what? That's fine. I'll just have you sit there for another 40 minutes as I gorge on Korean barbecue. Well, see, that's it. Crescent, that's in Panda's court. That's on my court. I've tried many seafoods, and I would say 95% of them, I'm like, no, this doesn't taste good. Just like I wouldn't go up to Panda and be like, all right, Panda, find us a Korean barbecue joint, and then that's what we'll go to. Cause like Panda's never had Korean barbecue, so I'm like, I'm not gonna leave that decision in his hands. Like I need to be the one who does that. Such a good song. I just leave you? I'll see you afterwards? No. See, that's where you're incorrect, Panda. Because most, if not all you can eat Korean barbecue joints requires at least 2 people. So if you leave, I get kicked out. So I will be ball and chaining your leg to my chair. You are not leaving until I've had my fill of Korean barbecue. And don't worry, most places have a 2-hour time limit, so you wouldn't be ball and chained for long. But see, that would never happen because Panda is gonna love Korean barbecue. This isn't even a question in my mind. The only reality I see Panda getting up and being like, I don't like Korean barbecue, is the one where he's like, nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. That's the only reality. Like if you are a fan of anything barbecue, like American barbecue, right? Ribs or anything like that, if that is something that you're like, dude, I really like that, then there's no shot that you don't like Korean barbecue. Wildly different flavors, but as somebody, if you are a barbecue lover and have an appreciation for barbecue, then there's no question in my mind that you come out of Korean barbecue being like, no, that was mid. How much should I eat? I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of moderate on some things. That the gluttonous side comes out of me when you take me to like an all-you-can-eat place or a buffet. That's where all restraint is totally gone. I don't know. I feel like my portion sizes normally are pretty moderate when it comes to homemade food and whatnot. Maybe a little bit above average in terms of portion sizes. But yeah, it's not like I eat a tremendous amount of food. Unless, of course, I'm on vacation or something. Or in Korean barbecue. This restaurant visit constitutes a binding magical contract. Exactly. I mean, there is always... Oh. My expectations, best case scenario, that was pretty good. No food has ever given me the reaction you do. See, I feel like, Panda, I'm not gonna say that you're gonna be super hype about it, right? I am declaring you will like it though. So my expectation is that you will leave any Korean barbecue that we go to as that was pretty good.
Okay, well, here's to hoping we find the big key fairly quick. Oh, wow, hello there. We just found the big key. Wow.
Oh my goodness, Lance! Everybody, hello! How are you guys doing? Hello, Tiger! Hello, Tridine! Lance! Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 11 heckin' months! Lance! The next time you level up, it will be a rank up at 12 months. That's gonna be exciting. Taro! Taro, hello, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Novocaine, hello. Remy, hello. Arson, hello. Juan, hi. Welcome on in, everybody. Here, let me back out. For those of you guys in the Woo crew, you guys should recognize this handsome bean. It is none other than Castor. I don't think Castor remembered that we were drawing him tonight because I haven't seen him out and about. 69 cutie points and 42 raids. I can't do anything else. Dude, you have 69 cutie points? Dude, the brigade has me at 120 something. Yes, it is Castor. It's Fox. Hi. One, hello. Castor is currently snoring. Oh, is that beautiful tiger, right? I apologize in advance. I need to blow my snooter. My allergies have been acting up, so I will be right back. Appreciate the kitty while I'm gone. Well, not really gone, but I'll be right here. Hang on, give me a second. Okay. There we go. I just didn't want you guys to hear me blow my snooter. Kira, hello, how are you doing? 42 raids? Is that a Hitchhiker's reference? Hey, I don't know, but thank you for the fish. Aslan, hello. Aslan, you have the marathon symbol. Okay, Aslan, what are your thoughts on marathon? You hype? You not hype? Are you an extraction shooter kind of a gamer? Oh, Lance, dude, my brain. What were you even doing? Oh, you were playing Pokemon Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Did we die any more times? Taro, welcome to the Brushtail Brigade. Thank you for the follow and congratulations. You are our newest Brushtail adventurer. Welcome to this adventure. There's always an adventure to be had here. We're currently working on Castor's headshot. He won a raffle from our art raffle a long time ago. I'm just now getting to him. I'm so backlogged on my queue. Crazy. We almost lost Arson to a double echo voice. Oh man, I know we lost Morrow last time. I saw Morrow go down. Dude, I'll never forget it because I was commentating. I was in a voice call with Panda. I was commentating to Panda about the absolute dire situation that Lance found himself in, because I'm like, dude, Panda, he wasn't even paying attention when that Pokemon used focus energy, and oh my god, he's getting crits all over the place. We were somehow over leveled by just doing bare minimum. That's good. And then I evolved. Heck yeah. I still am gonna vote when you guys find a Alolan Vulpix. I'm going to vote for the name to be Sen. Because we're both Arctic. Well, sorry. Vulpix is Arctic. I'm Glacial. But we both come from the ice element. It was sad. I remember that. I was sad for you, Lance. I was like, man, this is not a good situation to be in. Threw hard coins at me and said draw, so I'm also drawing the handsome tiger as we speak. Oh, so Taro, you know Castor then. Dude, Castor's so awesome. If he threw coins at you and said draw, like literally just now, let the handsome kitty know that we're drawing him tonight. Doesn't help that the Drifloon went for the kill shot. Flying type move? I know, right? And the amount of times it was doing payback was just crazy. I was like, there's no getting out of this. Yeah, we've been over on this side with us in the Brushtail Brigade. We've been doing, well, we actually just quote unquote finished Pokemon Scarlet and Violet's DLC. We're not 100% done yet, but we are going to take a break from it for now and move on to Mario Luigi Brothership. Medic, hi, how are you doing? Get integrated during his first community night. Oh, let's go. Oh, Medic, thank you for the hydration.
Let's get a good stretch.
And a stretch. Guys, if it has been a while since you got up and stretch, I invite you now to get up and do a little leggy stretch. While I'm doing a leggy stretch, Taro, I have a question for you. Since you're our newest Brushtail Brigadier, I want to get you set up with your very own Brigade Guild card. What is your favorite color, if I may ask? Because we need to set up your guild card in your favorite color, and then we could show the world your brand new guild card. When are we gonna raid? We gotta raid sometime? Dude, I know, Kaylin. I feel like I'll be in the mood to raid when I'm fully recovered. Just giving you a little care package before I head off to bed. Hope you and the crew have a wonderful stream. Medic, you have a wonderful night. Oh, just to give you a heads up, Medic, just to give you an update with my surgeon. He is very pleased with how the recovery is coming. There's no complications. There is no sign of the infection returning. He basically gave me a good clean bill of health. He says we're going to be doing this for the next 3 weeks, and by the end of the 3 weeks, the incision that is in my abdomen should be fully closed, and I should be basically back to my normal self. Lavender purple. Well, I don't necessarily have that specific color purple, Taro. We do have purple. So Taro, if you would, in chat, type in !card color, all one word, followed by a space, and then the word purple, and then hit enter. And that should change your new guild card into a purple guild card, and then I'll show you how to use it. And then if you got a DM from me, Taro, which I'm pretty sure I have that as an option too. Hang on, let me double check my Sammy. I'm pretty sure card color works too. Oh, I'm so good. Okay, so now that your guild card is purple, in our channel redeems, you should see a channel redeem worth 1 cinnamon roll. And it's simply called Brigade Roll Call. Thank you, Lance. I totally blanked on that for a moment. Are real? No, they're real. What are you talking about? And then Taro, look, look, there you are, right there. Your new purple guild card. It has all your cool little information on it. It has your name, your profile picture. It shows your Pokemon if you have a Pokemon in chat. It's me, I'm so purple. Yeah, and anybody who's coming in, who might not know this, if you want a Pokemon partner in chat, just type in !egg if you have enough Brushtail tokens. And you should be able to purchase a Pokemon egg from Professor Oak. He'll give you a Pokemon egg. And then over time it will hatch. It can literally be any Pokemon in the entire universe of Pokemon. And if you don't like the Pokemon, you could just type in once it hatches, you could type !send the number 2 Oak, all one word, and you'll give the Pokemon over to Professor Oak. He'll refund some of your Brushtail tokens, and then wham, you can buy another egg. Also, Taro, did in your whispers, because my bot Haywire, she will generally send you information about stuff like that. Did Haywire tell you that you had enough Brushtail tokens to buy an egg? Because if you don't have enough Brushtail tokens, I can rectify that immediately. Alright, let's give you 10. I hope I have 10,000 Brushtail tokens. Oh, bam, let's go. I just gave you 10,000 Brushtail tokens. Actually, how many Brushtail tokens do I have now? I've been giving away a lot. Oh, I have a bajillion. Okay. Got everything, and I want to check everything out. Well, you're in the right place, Taro. This channel is basically like The Legend of Zelda, where you'll be wandering around. Oh, look at all this amazing stuff! Oh my god, I recognize this. This is like a typical VTuber stream. And then you'll come across a wall that you're like, wait, I think that looks bombable, and it'll be like a secret, right? That's how it works in Legend of Zelda. Well, here you'll notice things on like either the screen or in channel redemptions or maybe a command that you stumble across. And you'll think to yourself, wow, I didn't know that was a thing. Like, how does that be? Wow. Like our guild card, for example. Like our guild card is one such secret. Like you can use your very own Brushtail Brigade guild card once a stream. And people, myself included, go crazy over activating their guild card because it's cool. You get to see it's like your own special like, hey, look, there I am. Check me out. It has your Pokemon. It has a bunch of other cool knickknacks. It has your Brushtail rank on it even. And that's just one of many different secrets you'll find here on the channel. So token piled. Yes, now you could do !egg, because I'm pretty sure buying an egg from Professor Oak costs 2,500 Brushtail tokens. And then if you ever send him a Pokemon, he refunds you 1,000 of those tokens. There we go. Let's go. So yeah, over time it'll hatch. Being active in chat will help it hatch faster. So, and the crazy thing is, Taro, when I say literally every Pokemon, I mean every Pokemon. You can get, but it'll always be their first form, because you can, once the egg hatches, it'll always be the first form Pokemon. You can then evolve the Pokemon by continuing to be active in chat. But let's say for example, your favorite Pokemon is Bulbasaur, and you're like, oh, you know, it would be cool to have Venusaur, but I'd prefer to have Bulbasaur forever. Well, I've thought of that too. So if your favorite Pokemon's Bulbasaur and you hatch a Bulbasaur, then once you hatch the egg, you just do exclamation mark Everstone, and you will equip an Everstone to your Bulbasaur, and it will never evolve. So I wanted to give people the option to have their favorite Pokemon, because how my system works is without the Everstone, the Pokemon will just evolve. And sometimes, you know, if you like Charmeleon over Charizard and you don't want it to, all right, evolve it to a Charmeleon, then equip it with an Everstone. Scraggy, you like Scraggy? Oh, yeah. Scraggy's in there. I will say, going back to every Pokemon imaginable, that also includes Missing No. If you have the luck of the gods, you can actually hatch a Missing No if you wanted. Quinn, hi, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Pizza Friday Eve. As we continue to work on this amazing piece for Castor. Or handsome kitty. What? Okay, is Castor half deer or half moose? Missing No will be sent straight back. Dude, I don't blame you. Me, I got my Raichu. Took a couple hour nap to get rid of the headache, and now I'm wide awake. I zoom in. Dude, that's literally what happens to me whenever I take a nap. Speaking of Pokemon, we have a Pokemon song on right now. Route 104, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I'm sorry, Route 4. Not 104. My favorite Pokemon game has got to be Kanto region. So anything revolving around the Kanto region is something I'm a sucker for. And then the Sinnoh region. So I like red, blue, yellow, fire red, leaf green. Those are kind of my favorites. And then Diamond and Pearl after that is my next faves. Gonna have to tired crash later though. Yeah, probably. That's probably what happens. May I ask about the class thing in the redeems? Oh, you may absolutely. Oh my god. Yes, you may absolutely. Okay, we're taking a break. I love going over the classes. So, in the stream, you can see it right on the screen right here. So there is. Where's my Paw Beans? I wanna illustrate this with Paw Beans. So, on the bottom of the screen, there is this little overworld map with the moniker Loaf Quest. So this is a chat integrated minigame where you guys directly help Loaf get from his house, which is on the far right hand side, to the treasure chest and all the gold and riches on the left side of the map. So to move Loaf, to encourage him, because he doesn't like moving unless he's encouraged. So we generally do exclamation mark Loaf in chat. We give Loaf 100 Brushtail tokens because that's the cost of the command. And that will encourage Loaf to move forward by 1 space. Because he realizes that with enough incentive, with enough Brushtail tokens, he can buy himself cinnamon rolls, which is Loaf's ultimate incentivizer, ultimate goal. Loaf does things for cinnamon rolls, and only cinnamon rolls, because he loves them to death. So we move him, but there are monsters along the way that will fight Loaf, that will attack Loaf. We can't allow that. But Loaf doesn't fight. He loafs. So we have to protect Loaf in that instance when he's fighting monsters. And that's where the classes come in. And let me pull up the easiest way as a cinnamon roll enjoyer, incredibly base. Exactly. And see, that's why we have see the background, the scrolling background of our overlay, you have Loaf and cinnamon rolls. because Loaf loves cinnamon rolls. So let me, the easiest way, because I don't have a, should have a commands. That's sure. Thank you, Haywire. I'm gonna pull this up for everybody. Yes, continue to destination. Then let me pull up the Loaf Quest classes, and we can go over these together. Wait, where is? Oh my God, where is the? Oh, there they are. I was like, where's the banners, dude? The banners. We have 4 classes of character that we can help Loaf with. So the first one, by default, everybody is a knight. When you first get here and you're a brand new Brushtail Brigadier, you will always start off at the knight class. No matter what class you are, there are 2 attacks that you have at your disposal. So there is exclamation mark ATK, which is your basic attack. And then there's exclamation mark super, followed by a space, and then a number of Brushtail tokens you want to use to charge your super. So where your normal attack has a range, like a randomized range of damage it could deal, your super, the super damage is strictly based on however many Brushtail tokens that you use in your super. So, like, for example, right now, Loaf is in combat, and you guys can do exclamation mark ATK to use your basic attack. Your profile will come up, and the weapon that you use based on your class will also appear. So, let's go over the classes. I love doing this. So, the Knight class, your ATK is called Mighty Blow. Mighty Blow always deals 2x damage against foes. Then the super for the Knight is called Sword of Justice. And Sword of Justice always does 2x damage against foes. So, for example, if you're a Knight and you do exclamation mark super followed by a space, and then you put in 4,000, as in 4,000 Brushtail tokens, then as the Knight class, you will deal 8,000 damage to the opponent, because it'll take your 4,000 Brushtail tokens and convert that, times it by 2, and that's how much damage you deal. So then we move on to the Mage. The Mage is my class. I love the Mage. The Mage's ATK is Thunder. Thunder has a chance to paralyze an enemy for a turn. Once paralyzed, an enemy has a 50% chance of being stunned. Then there's the Mage's super, Blizzard. Blizzard has an increasing chance of slowing an enemy for 2 whole turns. Once slowed, an enemy cannot attack every other turn. The more Brushtail tokens you place into the Mage's super, the bigger the chance you'll afflict the enemy with a slow status effect. Then there's the Healer. So Taro, this one's for you. The Healer class, their ATK is called Lifesteal. Lifesteal takes 100% of the damage dealt and uses it to heal Loaf. Lifesteal has a significantly higher crit hit chance, and you'll know it's a crit hit if the damage number is yellow. Damage number being yellow means you've done a critical hit. And the reason why Lifesteal has a significantly higher chance at a crit hit is because of the super. The Healer's super is not a damage dealing super. The Healer's super is called Huge Heal. Huge Heal does 2x healing on Loaf. The super prioritizes Loaf's HP, which is his red bar. If his HP is maxed out, then the rest of it goes to his shields, which is the blue bar. You can overcharge Loaf's shields. So Loaf's shields has a capacity of 100,000 hit points, but you can overcharge it And theoretically, you can do something crazy like have Loaf have 1,000,000 hit points of shields. And then this is the next class is a brigade favorite. A lot of Brushtail Brigadiers liked the Archer class. The Archer class, his ATK is called Hell Arrow. Hell Arrow has a chance to poison an enemy for a single turn. Once poisoned, an enemy takes 5% remaining health as damage. And then this is the super is what draws a lot of Brushtail Brigadiers to this class. The super is called Lucky Arrows. Lucky Arrows always deals 1.5x damage against enemies. But here's the kicker. The super has a chance for a crit hit that deals 3x damage. It's the only super in Loaf Quest that has a crit hit chance. So if you're the lucky type, then most people gravitate towards Archer for that lucky arrow. I get it now. I'm so D&D piled. Yeah, and so that's and mind you, all this is done through a single stream bot. Everything, all the brains of LoQuest is done through a single stream bot named Sammy. I'm a huge proponent of Sammy, and I recommend any streamer to get on board with Sammy if you're already not on board with the big three. So there are 3 major streamer bots that are out there that I recommend for any streamer who wants to go a little bit more advanced with their streams. And the big 3 are Streamer Bot, Sammy, and Mix It Up. Those are the big 3. Me personally, I'm not a programmer, so I choose Sammy because it's more of a visual based block coding that my brain is happy with. I don't like staring at a blank white piece of digital paper and you have to do like function dash semicolon parentheses and then like just start typing out a bunch of coding. Sammy has like this block format where it's almost like Tetris almost, where you're like putting blocks together visually and then they do something. That's so crazy. I love it so much. Yeah, and I've been helping Lance with his understanding with Sammy, and you guys are starting to see the fruits of that labor, where now you guys are getting some really cool things over on Lance's stream with the Awu crew, and I couldn't be happier. And this is one of the reasons why I love teaching Sammy to as many streamers as I possibly can. For me, I'm weird. As a streamer, I'm weird. I feel like 90% of streamers out there are in some way, shape, manner, or form focused on viewership, right? But for me, I'm weird in the fact that viewership doesn't, like, it's not a North Star for me. What's more important to me is entertainment value. Are you guys being entertained? So this is why I'm always so excited to teach a streamer about Sammy and how it functions and bring that streamer's like crazy ideas to life, because then you are getting a higher quality of entertainment on Twitch and you're having more fun than you've ever had before. And that's what I care about. I remained with streaming this long because I love entertaining you guys. It is one of the most fulfilling things that has come into my life, and I don't know how to properly express that to you guys. I don't think I can properly put into words on how much joy it brings me knowing that I can help entertain you in a way that hopefully makes your day a little bit better and a little bit more happy. And I don't necessarily restrict that to my own channel. And this is why I'm so adamant on helping streamers and my friends understand Sammy. Because for me, if you don't find the entertainment that you're looking for here on this channel, but you find it in one of my friends' channels, and I've helped my friend develop some crazy function that brings you entertainment, that is what means the most to me. It's just having you guys have those little moments of enjoyment, entertainment, stuff like that, whether that comes from me or one of my friends. Because like I'm like one of you guys. When I'm not streaming, I'm watching streams. I enjoy the community aspect of streaming. And yeah, so that's why I do what I do. And it's a bit crazy because most people would do what I'm doing and try to monetize it. It's like I have all this knowledge that people want. I could easily start a Patreon and I would probably have people sign up for it. But that goes against my belief system. I feel like this type of information where it's meant to help increase the quality of entertainment that you're receiving, I don't want to lock that behind some kind of paywall, because that's going to stop people from achieving their goal of creating these wild things on Twitch. And I don't want to be the guy that stops that creativity from flowing. Because I've had that happen to me plenty of times when it comes to 3D modeling and VTubing. It feels like that community is very gatekeepy and close to the chesty, where if you try to ask a question, nobody wants to respond to you. Like, nobody wants to give up that special cup of tea. Nobody wants to tell you the secret spices that make up this thing. And to an extent, I get it, but it's just unfortunate because as a creative, I would rather that information flowing freely from person to person and see it evolve over time. But unfortunately, that's what I've had to deal with in the 3D modeling and Unity and VTubing space. So for me, I don't want to do that. I would rather give this knowledge freely and see how it evolves. And that evolution is my legacy, right? I helped somebody achieve their goal, and now they're seeing all this success. And that comes back to me, because look at all those people who, you know, have a home on Twitch, who might not have had a home previously, who's now part of a community, you know, And that's when I talk about getting partner on Twitch. This is kind of my mentality of it. I don't necessarily want to grow like and have these massive numbers for the sake of having these massive numbers and be like, oh, look at me, I'm so popular now. Oh, kiss my ring. No, if I should say, when I get partner, because I have no doubt in my mind we're gonna get partner eventually, but one of my guiding stars for wanting Twitch partner is kind of goes back to, you know, how I found the fandom. When I found the fandom, I didn't have friends. I didn't have a community I could call home. I was basically a loner, right? And so I don't want people to feel how I felt when I first joined the fandom. And so that's my guiding star for becoming Twitch partner, is that our community net will have, like, you know, maybe grabbed a bunch of people who may not have had a community before, like a wholesome community that wasn't wrought with drama, and they actually feel excitement for once about being a part of a community, being a part of something, and now they have a place that they can call home, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe that. But that's my whole reasoning of why I would want to become a bigger channel. It's just so that if we're bigger, that means that there's less people in the world that are by themselves and may not have like a community to like hang out and chill. That's Yu-Gi-Oh reference, dude. I love Yu-Gi-Oh. I have over here. I know I'm pointing off screen and you can't see it, but I have a fairy deck, a fairy personality deck. Woof, woof. Hi, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Pizza Friday Eve. But yeah, so that's my whole desire. That's where my desire to become Twitch partner comes from. And I just feel like eventually we'll get there. I mean, how could it not, right? I'm constantly finding ways to improve. Like, I never want to stop improving. That's the whole thing. I want to master this craft. There is so much more I can learn about streaming and what I can do to bring like my creative wacky ideas to this channel. And so I never want to get to a point where I am not evolving this channel in some way, because it's just downright fun. I get such a high off of doing these creative upgrades to the channel and like doing wacky things with my art skill, my animation skill, my skill with Sammy, my skill with OBS, and how to mix all this stuff together. And the cool thing is that eventually translates into a better experience and a more fun experience for you guys. So I'm basically unintentionally taking you guys on this crazy roller coaster of an adventure where I have all these ideas locked into my head that are just waiting to burst out, waiting to come to life through this channel and through this creative medium that we know as streaming. And so what's cool is we both kind of benefit from that, where I get to see my wild ideas come to life right before my very eyes. And then that translates to you guys having a better experience here because there's no more wackiness. I mean, just look, we flipping have look at the Loaf Quest. We have mages, we have knights, healers, archers. It's crazy. Like who does this stuff? You go to a lot of streams and it's just and not to say that their craft isn't masterful. But you go on, they go live and they have this charisma and stuff and they're entertaining. But I just feel like I finally have a space where I can bring these wild ideas to you guys directly. And you guys can have fun in wild abstract ways, like a stupid little game about Loaf getting cinnamon rolls in a treasure chest and you have to defend him against a wealth of monsters. Like you don't see that every day, and it was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and it was just, but it was so fun. It's so exciting. The amount of excitement I get out of it, and then to then put it in your guys' hands and see what you guys do with it. It's just, it's an otherworldly feeling. And I sound like a crazy person right now talking about this. And I totally get it. I sound like a nutter. But you know what's crazier? Is I actually sounded more crazy back in the day when I was just talking about Loaf Quest. Like when I was talking about like, oh dude, I would love to do like a Twitch integrated minigame, having like Loaf go through this little tiny adventure on screen. And even thinking back on that, I'd sound like a lunatic. And this is coming from the days where VTubing was just in its infancy. Like you didn't have anybody doing VTubing. And I'm sitting here talking about a Twitch integrated minigame, like combining elements of Final Fantasy and classes, and I sounded like a complete absolute lunatic that needed to be in a straitjacket. And yet now here we are, and it's come to fruition. And it's there, it's living, it's breathing. I get super excited about this type of stuff, as you can clearly tell. And you know what's wild too? What's wild still is I'm still talking crazy. Because Taro, I know you're just getting here. You're a brand new Brushtail Brigadier, but I'm currently working on a full-fledged game for this channel. It's gonna take, it's my magnum opus. I'm gonna be taking Loaf Quest and I'm gonna be ramping it up to 11, and it's gonna be this wild game that we play in the month of December, and that's gonna be our tradition going forward. And you're sitting there thinking like, what does it mean? What do you mean? Like Twitch game? What does that mean? And I sound crazy right now. I know I sound crazy, but watch and wait until it comes out. It is going to be the pinnacle of my current level of all this stuff. And it is 100% a labor of love. I've talked about this in the past. The main reason I'm doing this is because because of the legacy of my grandfather and his ability to weave the mundane into something fun with gaming. Like, just you create all these like silly games and traditions, and his favorite month of the year was December, and he made all these like wacky traditions in our family that we still adhere to today that makes December super magical of a month. And I want to bring that magic to you guys with my own creative abilities. And so that's why I want to do this like crazy, think of it like Twitch plays plus a JRPG plus like random challenges that you guys throw me into that I had to cry through for like hours at a time, and all leading to this really kind of derpy and quirky story that I'm building. And yes, this thing has a story to it. I'm building out a story, and all in the attempts to bring magic to you, where you too feel like December is a magical month because of this wacky, ridiculous game that I'm currently constructing for us, that we're gonna play once a year every December. And my hope, I hope, and I really hope that we'll be able to debut it this December. I'm still on track. I know going to the hospital like jacked up my schedule, and I'm hoping that I can catch up on my schedule. But this is my current heading for you guys, and it is going to be the craziest thing. You will not find anything like what I'm building on Twitch. You may find something equally crazy, but you will not find anything like this on Twitch. And I am so hyped for it. You have no idea how hyped for it. I say this over and over. I am very, very bad at keeping secrets. And I would just, a part of me just wants to show you guys all the animation I've been working on. Just throw it all out there. But I'm not going to, because I think you guys experiencing this game with me and with Loaf for the first time, I want to see those genuine reactions from you guys. And you know what? For me, if you guys wind up not liking it, you know what? I'll be okay with that, because like this is a passion project from me to you. And if you guys somehow don't like it, or think it's too silly or whatever, then I don't know. I'll figure out something, right? But I feel like that's not going to be the case though, because we all know obviously there's going to be 3 main characters to this project. It's going to be you are going to be a main character, I'm going to be a main character, and Loaf is going to be a main character. So you could just imagine the wacky, crazy, hilarious story that I'm building around, you know, these 3 characters. And if at least one of you guys comes out of that being like, man, you know, I usually don't do anything for December, but this made my December, like, that's a win. That's a victory for me. That's all I want, is for you guys to just have some fun silliness. And I don't know, it sounds so stupid when I say it out loud. It really does. I'm like, oh guys, I'm making this thing, and it's a game, and it's for you guys because you guys, I adore you guys, and yada yada. Again, it sounds like it sounds like I'm a crazy person, and I totally get it, but it's true. I wouldn't be doing any of this. I wouldn't have poured money and time and sweat and tears into this if I wasn't like full, like, here's all my, I'm at a poker table, right? I'm all in. I am so determined. You know, here's what's even more crazy, right? This is what's even more crazy. I'm calling this my magnum opus right now because it is. It is challenging me on everything I've learned about game design, everything about streaming, everything about the programs needing to stream. It's challenging all of my artistic abilities, all of my animation abilities. It's literally I'm in Pokemon. I'm level 80 and I'm fighting against level 80 Pokemon. I am testing my limits on what I can do creatively at this present. And here's the crazy thing. In 5 years' time, I bet you I will have a new magnum opus. I bet you anything. I bet you anything I will be coming up with something in like like anywhere between now and 5 years from now, where I'll be like, oh, you guys, remember Project Loaf? Well, I just came up with a better idea that's going to expand on it, and it's going to make Project Loaf look like a kiddie pool. Oh, the owl? Yeah, we're now in endgame territory. So these enemies that Loaf's gonna fight is definitely gonna be a terror. Hang on, let me come in and assist here with my own super. Synchro, hi. How are you doing? Let me try slowing this guy. Hopefully, so I got my super in here. Oh, dude, the mega heals. Taro, thank you for healing Loaf. It didn't look like Loaf was healed a lot, but that's because his shield capacity is massive. Bro, I dumped 5,000 brush tail tokens. You're telling me that didn't slow the guy? After finishes Magnum away. Anyways, now that small thing is done, I can work on my true Magnum Opus. I'm doing well, Sen. How are you? I'm doing phenomenally. I'm hoping to get through line work and our primer layer, but this snowy owl is starting to upset me. So I'm gonna try slapping it again with my blizzard. Yeah, get out of here, snowy owl. Get buried under rubble. Yeah. I was meant to be also drawing this handsome tiger, but here I am fighting owls. Dude, I'm right there with you, Taro. I'm supposed to be doing the same thing, and here I am fighting owls with you, as well as like talking about anything and everything that comes to my mind. Yeah, hopefully I can focus long enough to actually get the line art done. But doing the primer layer is not going to be that difficult, which is a technique only I utilize. Like, you'll never see another artist do something called a primer layer, but it future proofs all my projects. Oop. Oh, dude, I could totally work with that swoosh. I call the big curve lines swooshes, because the best way to get a good curve that doesn't look jittery is just to go for it. Like, don't think about it, just attack it. And so that's why I call them swooshes, because I'm doing like these big swooshy marks on the graphics tablet. See, like, if you try to go slowly, like, I did a pretty good job, but there's still jitter. There's a little bit of jitter to the line, but if you attack it and just go, whoa, you get a much smoother line. Sorry, a much smoother curve. And that's why I call them swooshes. Oh, dude, I should promote the Project Loaf thing again. Uh-oh. Haywire doing the things again. Haywire can get so twitchy sometimes with auto mod. He'd be like, oh, Sen, that's, I don't know about this, I'm gonna hold it. I'm like, Haywire, it's fine. 90% of what Haywire holds onto is like nothing to be concerned about. Oh, here's a little announcement for you guys. I'm pretty ultra sure that I'll be able to start stream a little bit early tomorrow. So expect stream, I don't know how early, but expect stream to start a little bit early tomorrow. Because I really want to look for those final secrets in Echoes of Wisdom. As an artist that draws on my phone, you draw on the phone? Taro, first off, mad respects. Because I know a couple of artists that do that. But number two also is why? Like, I get it if the phone has a stylus to it, but I've tried drawing on my phone, and it's a nightmare. You probably have some, like, secret technique or something, but mad respects to you. I've attempted it once, and I said never again. And then we got Big Swoosh. Yeah. I can work on that. Money mostly, I just got it to use it, got it used to it. Oh, until I just got used to it. Because I've been doing it for over a decade. That's crazy. So, Taro, let me ask you this, just out of sheer curiosity. Now that you've been doing this for a decade, given the choice of your phone or a graphics tablet with a screen on it, would you find yourself still preferring the phone over the graphics tablet? It's like I've known a couple of artists who are like, yeah, even if I had a graphics tablet by this point, I'd still probably choose the phone. I've never used a graphics tablet in my life. That's wild. Okay. That's very curious. But still, mad props to you. I've tried it, and it's mostly like a finger thing. Like after sketching so long with my index finger gets sore. Built different, yeah. Like it's like those Ford commercials where it's like Ford. No, wait, is it Ford? Like, built different. That's what it reminds me of. But who knows? Maybe I'm just like Weenie Hut Jr., where it's like I'm not drawing on the phone properly, where it's like, you know, like the technique, like some secret ancient technique that I'm not doing, and that's why my finger's hurting. This is okay. I can use that. I can use that. Okay, no. Yes! Oh my god! That was a perfect suture! You need a tech, you probably put your finger straight. My hand is so used to it. I have a resting position while drawing. Clever. Yeah, see, I didn't have. Yeah, I was definitely doing it wrong then. I haven't, Taro. Yeah, hi, how are you doing? Yeah, actually, Taro, maybe, I don't know. Taro, are you on our Discord by any chance? We have an art wing. I would love to check out some some of your artwork. It's not 2 a.m., I promise. I totally believe you, Fire. Fire, how are you doing? Happy Pizza Friday Eve. I guess for you, it would actually be Pizza Friday, wouldn't it? Fire, you'll be very happy. I'm drawing a tiger tonight. I'm surprised you didn't see any my Moro or Tridine or Lance cons and Lance's Discord if you're in there. Actually, I might have, but you saying that? It's 7 a.m. for you, Taro? What are you doing still up? What the fuck? Oh my god. You're like my friend Demi. My friend Demi comes in here. And wait, no. It is Demi, right? No. Wait. Yeah, right? Do I know two Demis? Do I know two Demis? Oh my god, my brain is frying. Because I know there's Demi that streams, but I also know... Am I getting Demi mixed up with... Oh my god. I'm having a Sen moment right now. Dio. I'm sorry, not Demi, Dio. You see how they're very similar? Demi, Dio, they both start with D. Not Demi, Dio. I have a friend Dio who's like that. He'll come in and he's like, oh, hi, Zen. It's 5:30 in the morning. I'm like, Dio, what are you still doing up? I'm a night monkey. I'm very much an early bird. I'm very much not a night owl. I feel like I've gotten a little bit of night owl-ishness though with how late we stream, because you know I want to stream at least 3 to 4 hours. Before I got this job that I'm at now, I used to really enjoy 8 to 12 hour streams. I know, sounds crazy. 8 to 12 hours, it's madness. But that was my ideal time slot of like streaming. And I would go like 10 hours. And I look at the time and I'm like, wait, 10 hours have passed? Like, it felt like 4. I'm only productive at night, so it's safe to say that I'm not getting any of those early worms. Hey, I don't blame you. I would probably be the same way. Yeah, I'm weird. The time that I'm most productive is actually between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. That's when I'm in the zone. You want something done? Just set me up at between 9 and 11 and you'll see magic flying about. Let's color this in. Perfect. Alright, let's clean this up. We're getting there. I'm getting sidetracked, but less sidetracked than I was earlier. Look, we're getting. Oh my god! Oh, I forgot his eyeball. Yeah, we totally got this. So here's the game plan. Before we end tonight's adventure, I want to finish the line art and I want to get the primer layer jotted down. But this card just to play. Oh. Taro, one thing you don't have to worry about. I'm very chill, vibey, casual kind of guy. If you wanted to come in there and just been like, hi, and then, oh, I gotta leave, bye, and then you left the Discord, I'd be totally okay with that. The only time I'm not okay with somebody joining the Discord is if they're like spamming or they're a bot or something. But luckily we have like a Venus flytrap for bots and trolls for when they first join the Discord server. It's just to sleep 4 hours a day. Firecat, I'm gonna... 4 hours? I feel like that's not enough. Oh, sorry. Couldn't hit the mute button fast enough. Jeez. I love sharing art. Oh yeah, no. Come on, this is why we have a whole art section. So when you get into the Discord, Taro, which if you're not in it, just hit !Discord. Haywire will post the link in chat. Like, we have a whole section devoted to just art stuff. Been doing it a while. Yeah, hey, when you join the Discord, Haywire will hit you with a welcome message, Taro. Just follow the welcome message instructions till you get to the roles, the reaction roles section. The reason why we have this, like, bizarre... It's kind of like this two-factor check-in thing that we have. It catches 90% of the trolls and the bots. It catches 100% of the bots, and then the trolls it catches most of the times because they can't read, and then they just like spam in our Venus flytrap general. When you join, you'll see two channels: a welcome channel and a safe for work. What's it called? Safe for work general chat. That safe for work general chat is Venus flytrap for trolls, because they'll come in. They won't read the welcome. They'll just, they'll say, oh my god, safe for work, general chat. Oh, this is where I'm going to put my NSFW stuff, and spam it over and over. And yet that area is like actually quarantined off from everybody else in the server. So like when me and the mods see it getting spammed, we're like, oh, delete. You've been banned, sucker. But yeah, just follow the instructions on the welcome, and then you'll eventually get to the reaction roles channel, and then you'll want to give yourself the arts and crafts ID card, which is like a giant green button that you press. Super cool. While you do that, let me blow my snooter. It's running after that giant sneeze. Yeah, I'm like super lax in that. If you want to join the Discord just to show off your art, I have literally no issue with that. I know some Discord servers are can be a little bit strict. It's like, oh, like if you're just gonna post and self promote, then don't even bother joining. And I'm like, well, then why even have a Discord? I don't get streamers sometimes. Like the whole point, I'm just grateful when people post. Not to say that the Discord server is dead, but we're kind of like a chill vibey Discord where there's not a lot that's posted, but the stuff that is posted I feel like is worthwhile. Fixation, how goes the arting? Juan, hello. The arting is coming along good. We're doing line art. I would be further along in the line art if I wasn't getting so distracted tonight, which is part and parcel with art and chill. This is why we don't call it an art stream, and why we call it art and chill, because there's a 67% chance that I'm gonna go on some kind of send tangent for 30 minutes and not do a single drop of arting during that time. Need to remember which end of the pencil does the job. It's been months since I've tried. Time for me to head off to bed. Kiro, you have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Taro, I can't remember though. I should probably warn you about, again, this is because I can't remember which pieces Lance has shown me before, but just keep in mind that our our art channel and our Discord in general is in fact safe for work. So I can't remember if you have any NSFW pieces or not, but yeah, I would recommend only posting the safe for work versions. I meant to mention that earlier, and then it completely dropped from the mind. Read the rules, so don't worry. Yeah, I like to keep it family friendly around here. It's funny. Lance and I talked about that. He's like, "You sure you want to do family friendly? Like, you know, it could be difficult and whatnot." And it's funny. I told him, "Yeah, dude, I actually like doing family friendly, wholesome." It's weird. I do family friendly, wholesome content, but by no means do I cater it towards children. Like, I'd still like my audience to be on the mature end of things. That's why I still hold a certain level of standard. I mean, I'm not gonna go like hog wild ballistic if some 13-year-old comes in here and says, "Oh, I'm 13 years old," and I'm like, okay, well, I don't really need to know that, but okay. But yeah, it's like they can be in here if they wanted to, but I would prefer my audience being like much more mature than the average teenager. I'm not gonna go around every stream and being like, "Oh, Ohio Riz Skibbity," whatever, to try to attract that crowd. I'm just like, I mean, even saying that caused me to cringe on the inside. It just seems like it would be such a hassle to try to nurture that type of a community, because I just feel like to keep the attention of that age group, you have to like constantly be in ADHD mode, and it sounds so exhausting. That's not true. You know, Wolf and I are, but I'm dumb. What are you Panda, what are you talking about? Neither of you are teenagers by any stretch of the imagination. A couple more years, you'll be as old as I am. Don't have that Ohio boss aura? No, I do not. This deer is starting to destroy Loaf. I mean, mature? I don't know, Panda. I've seen some immaturity before. I should know. I'm a teacher. I'm gonna do some heavy damage on this deer creature. Okay. So we've got some line art here that we need to fill up. Fill out, I should say. Snapshot time. Also, have we done a thumbnail yet? Have we done a YouTube thumbnail? I mean, I'm not terribly concerned about it, because we're definitely get a YouTube thumbnail by the end of the stream. Okay, Dunzo. Yes. I'd like to stop being mature for a while. Just turn off that portion of your brain. Check this out. Wow. Bro, you are phenomenal. And to think all of this is done on the phone. That's the most wild part of this whole thing. Like the fact that, you know, one of the things that I really appreciate about your art style, Taro, is you have this crazy style of making the pupils rectilinear. Like there's the rectangular. The aesthetic, that aesthetic pleases me. Because you have the roundness of the eyeball itself, and then you have the rectilinear nature of your pupils. And the contrast it gives, something about it tickles my brain. DS3 King? Wait, what's DS3 King? I've been doing Square Eyes for about 5 years now, and I've never strayed from it. I see why. It really has a good contrast between the eye shape and the pupil shape. Dark Souls 3? Oh, right. Lance's favorite game. Wait, is it his favorite game? Like Dark Souls game? Oops. Crazy. You know, I just looking at that pretend band panda. It reminds me of the gunshot thing, the timeout gunshot thing from Lance's stream. It was so funny helping him make that. Love the song. Song has many meanings to me. It's his least favorite, actually. Really? But I'm in his chat glazing it because I used to speed run it, and I'm basically his on command wiki. Dude, I love being an on command wiki. I'm the same way, Taro, but with Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo and or the remake on the Switch. Super Mario RPG is my favorite game of all time, and I speedrun both the OG. Well, I speedrun the remake more now than the OG, but I do speedrun both of them. And I have way too much information on that game. Like, way too much. Like, for example, just the ridiculous nature of like what I know about this game is in the remake, there is a triple tech between Geno, Bowser, and Mario, where if you cast it, it provides you with a 1.25x damage boost modifier that acts as your max attack stat rather than a boost. So what that means is that you can stack the attack up 50% damage boost on top of it, and it can't be shredded by the move Shredder. Like, who knows that? Like, who knows this kind of like nitty-gritty details on, like, nobody would ever know this, right? But here I am sitting with this knowledge in my head. I've learned a lot in the DS3 streams. Dude, I need to stop by more with and actually not lurk. Like, so Dark Souls and Souls-like games are not my cup of tea. Like, I know we played Dark Souls 1 on this channel, and I know we played Elden Ring, and I really enjoyed Elden Ring. Even though I died 696 times. But on a fundamental level, they're really not my cup of tea of game. So when I see a friend playing a Souls game, I'll usually drop by but lurk and have them up in the background while I'm doing art or working on stream stuff myself. So I miss out on a lot of the action when it actually takes place. This is a Super Mario World song. Okay. Perfect. I got both the eyes in. Cool. I want to do the mustache really quickly. I want to go too off model here. It's very important not to go off model. Well, up here anyways. So I'm already detecting an issue here, and I need to fix it really quickly. It's not with how I drew it, but it's how it's reflected on the other side. I need it to be that, and then I also need to sharpen it. Just a wee little bit. Yeah, so that looks more mirrored than what I had before. In Dark Souls 3, the reach of specifically shield parries is related to the distance between your default height and chosen height by 1.255x to 0.955x respectively to max height, to the shortest height. See, Carl, I think you saying that, it makes me feel validated that I'm not the only person who has unnecessarily deep knowledge of the game that they're really into. Like the fact that you know that, and then I know that about the Geno Bowser Mario triple tech. I'm like, yes. Fellow nerd, let's go. Let's do nose ring. Nose ring is going to be difficult because the swoosh that I need to do and perform is so complex. It's like 3 different circles. To stay on model is going to be so challenging. Useless trivia. Yeah, see, this is why I'll surf in the Super Mario RPG category. I always love interacting with first playthroughs. It's so much fun. And I usually get a lot of gratitude for people. Like, people will be like, I have no idea what this item does. Because even in the remake, it does a pretty poor job of explaining what like accessory items do. And then, of course, me being me, I know all this stuff. So I always love like helping people understand what their items do. And I get so much gratitude, like 99.9% of the time. I'm like, oh my god, thank you. I would have never known that, because it doesn't explain that. There is, out of every time I've done that, there's only one instance where I got my head cut off for doing that. And I was berated during their stream, and I was like, ooh, I'm sorry. and I don't deny it was probably my fault. Like, I should have been more aware of the streamer tags on the bottom of the stream. But yeah, the way she kind of went nuclear on me, I was like, okay, like, I'm not gonna argue. Like, I don't know why you're getting this upset. I definitely apologize. I understand it's my fault. Like, I know now that you don't want to know useless information about the game. I get that. Needless to say, I've never been back to that person's stream. I'm like, I don't need that type of energy at all. Like right now, I'm Lance's stuff with Pokemon. Me and Arson are both Poke nerds and teaching Lance about EVs and hidden abilities. Yes, Taro. Yes, you have my blessing. I've been watching him do the Nuzlocke, and I realized that he definitely doesn't have a deeper knowledge of the game. And there have been times where I'm like, no, Lance, dude, we should, based on the balance of probability of threat level, like we should totally escape from this fight that you're doing. And then he'll be like, no, I think I got it. Like on the stream, I'm listening, oh no, I think I got it. I think I got it. And then the Pokemon will do a crit hit. You'd be like, oh my god, I'm so scared. Lance, you should have ran. What are you doing? Wish to learn is a person who wishes to stagnate. Yeah. And I, you know, Taro, I often, when talking about emotions, like human emotions, I say the number one emotion that a person has that they should adhere to is love. That's number one. But the second most important, in my opinion, is curiosity. You gotta have curiosity with you. Quill, hi.
Minutes. Don't go too far.
Quill, how was Repo? Did you make the monies? Kristen, hello, how are you doing? Quill, Cograde. How are you feeling, Sen? I am feeling better day by day, thankfully. CJ, I just saw your message about taking off. You have a wonderful night's sleep. Have an amazing weekend, and you too have a great Easter. CJ, if you're still here. It was good. We made and destroyed the monies. Oh no, what happened to the monies? I need to play Repo at some point, but I'm too busy on Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, which type of Yu-Gi-Oh, Taro? I know a lot of people have been wanting me to play Repo, and I'm just like, I don't know if it's my type of game. Like, I don't mind watching people, but I don't know. Me, playing it, maybe one day. Oh, I guess I forgot to do the lower jaw over here. Okay, let's do the lower jaw. But yes, welcome on in everybody, Quill and Raiders. My name is Sen. We do a bunch of things. Well, I say we because I generally am talking about the community too. We're the Brushtail Brigade. So I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. I usually do art on Thursdays. 7:30 p.m. and Pacific, that is 7:30 Pacific. And then we usually do gaming streams on Mondays and Fridays also at the same time. However, I'm with my new responsibilities at my work, we might be pushing all of that back to 8 p.m. We'll see how it goes over the next couple of weeks. But right now it's 7:30 on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. However, that might be changing soon. But this is the Brushtail Brigade. We are a very fun and wholesome community. The channel I like to introduce as like the Legend of Zelda, where at first glance you're like, oh, this is a good stream, this is cool, it's chill, vibey. But the longer you stay here, the more secrets you'll find, and there are some pretty deep secrets on this channel. If you've played The Legend of Zelda, you know exactly what I mean. You'll walk by a wall like 30 times and be like, oh yeah, it's a wall, and then you stop one time and you realize there's like a crack in it. You're like, dude, I think this is a bombable wall. You put a bomb, it blows up, a whole new path is revealed to you. It's exactly how this channel is also set up. Not necessarily blowing up aspects of the channel. That's our bots doing when things start breaking. But there are tons of little secrets here and there on this channel. Open anyone in the brigade too. Can't work on your commission. I'm too busy playing Love Quest. Unless you ask Sen about them. Yeah, I can't keep my mouth shut. That's the biggest non-secret here. Is I can't keep my mouth shut. You start asking me about things and I'll just blab them all to you. I'm like the spoiler log in a randomizer, where you know it's there, you can access it at any time, and then when you do, it's like, well, there's too much information coming out of this. Can't shut up about Sammy, but I love it. Exactly, Quill, exactly. I'm like a door-to-door salesman when it comes to Sammy. I'm like, hey friend, have you heard the good news about Sammy? Boss time? Oh yeah, we're at the boss. Soon I will switch to pure OBS. I highly recommend it. I mean, Streamlabs is a great starting program. That it gets you started, it gets your feet wet. But as soon as you want to start doing more advanced stuff, the framework of Streamlabs is just so restrictive. There's like no plugin support for it, and then the plugins you do find are usually locked behind a paywall or something. Ben is the best backseat streamer. He'll tell you everything. Yeah. To start setting that up until after our busy season at work. Plus the Sammy bot, I want so bad. I have 5k, 54k tokens worth of healing. Dude, let's go one. And it's like, have you heard about our Lord and Savior Sammy? Exactly. Like those religious guys that come to your door. Like unsolicited. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, yes, that's a pretty good swoosh. We'll see about that. I don't want to like full close the loop on that. Oh my god, you guys got Phoenix, Lord of Fire. Good luck. Phoenix is not easy. Is not an easy boss to take out. Keep a monitor on Love's health too, specifically his shields. Also, the cool thing about Love Quest is if you have the desire to change classes mid-battle, you could totally do that. Double healer, we got this. Double heal all the way across the sky. Dude, with double heals, it'll be a slow battle, but I guarantee Loaf won't die. Good news is, if you beat Phoenix, we all get a lot of Brushtail tokens. Bosses will always give us a bunch of Brushtail tokens. Usually like 30k or something like that. Some obscure, ridiculous number. These swooshes are rough, man. The lighter the swoosh, the harder it is for me. Okay, that'll work. Dude, I looked down for a split second. How did Phoenix get so low of HP? Who blew him up? Kinda, was that your doing? I literally looked down for a split second. Now Phoenix is on life support. Hey, Quill, you got a Snivy from your Pokemon egg. Double archer crit alt? Dude. Wait, who else? Was Blue as well? Was Blue, are you an archer? It's wild. No, Quill. It's, if you're a healer specifically, it'll be super, followed by a space, and then a number of brushtail tokens that you want to heal Loaf with. Yeah, it's you can also see if you ever want to know the action commands for battle, see the right side of Loaf. The right side of Loaf will have the 2 action commands. And an ad break. Hey, wait, you guys defeated Phoenix. Oh, 690 tokens, that's right. Final hit, baby, let's go. The all-important final hit. And then we've got the tiger stripe, the line for the shoulder. Dude, we're almost done with the line work. Let's go, dude. So hype. Yes, look at it. There's the treasure. Loaf has found the treasure. Legendary engram and 7,000. Oh, I was wrong. It's. I thought we got like 30k. Oh, you know what? No, that's boss raid mechanics. That's right. If we defeat a raid boss, that's when it's like 30k. Dude, when we get out of ad jail, I'll show you guys something really cool about Love Quest. Like some of you guys already know about this. We don't use it a lot. We usually use it in raid encounters. But and eventually there'll be sound to it as well. But right now there's no sound to it. Makes me sad. 7k? That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, there's other ways to earn brushtail tokens in the chat as well. Like if you do exclamation mark commands, you'll be able to, it'll go to a spreadsheet that will show you Haywire will show you every command available to you. Oh, and then what's cool, if you ever use your Grand Mining Facility drill, if you use exclamation mark dig or exclamation mark drill in the whispers that Haywire sends you, you'll actually recognize those as chat commands as well. So you can dig entirely in your chat whisper. Tungsten, hi, how are you doing? Welcome on in. How's your day going? What are you drawing? So we are drawing a tiger deer. Goes by the name Castor. And I think he's snoozing right now because I haven't seen him in chat. How do you recharge your drill? Oh, it's exclamation mark charge. Charge will charge your drill with 5 drill charges. There we go. And I think drill charges, like the bundle, exclamation mark charge, I think costs 5k. Yeah, and then in your Twitch whispers, Haywire will inform you what you dug up, and how many brushtail tokens you sold that piece of ore for. It's a fun little way. It's a fun little way to earn brushtail tokens. We have several ways to earn brushtail tokens. That's just one of them, but that's definitely a popular method. Especially with one particular brushtail brigadier who goes ham. Before I put the hard cap of 99 charges in your drill, he had like 600 charges. I'm like, no, that's so many charges. That's crazy. He was like, yes, I want all the drill charges. Costs 1k? Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Charges must only cost 1k. Brushtail tokens. Getting some pretty lucky findings over here. Let's go. Did you look at my commission on Discord? Oh, yes. I would be interested, but Quill, if you're wanting it in the next few months, I would probably try to find somebody to do that for you, because I don't foresee myself opening anytime soon, just because Project Loaf is consuming all of my time. So I hate to be like, oh, could you wait until the month of December? I mean, I'd feel bad, right? Time frame yet? Okay. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be available until like December-ish. Maybe not even then, but like, ooh, Juan, you dug up a Streamloots card. Juan, have you ever messed with Streamloots before? No? Ooh. So Streamloots is another thing that we take advantage here on the channel. I'm a Streamloots creator, so I can go over the deets on Streamloots here. Let me pull up my Streamloots. Not Stream Elements, Streamloots. Where's my cards? Okay, so let me see here. Let me go to monitor 2 here. So Streamloots is this fun like Twitch interactive card thing. So I have my own set of cards that you can play. So if you are familiar with crowd control, this is like a card version of a crowd control, where you can do things to me that will, you know, well, a lot of these, so these are all my cards. These are like custom made cards that I've made. So we have like Lettergories. We have this card game called Lettergories, where you play this card. Like, let's say you play this I card. So I have to come up with a word that starts with the letter I, and I get bonus points if I adhere to the theme. So Haywire in chat will give me a theme. So she'll be like, things found in a kitchen. Okay, what is something found in the kitchen that begins with the letter I? I also have things that can screw me over in a game. So like, for example, become a pacifist. So if you play this card, I think it's for like 3 minutes, I can't kill anything, or I can't do damage to anything. And you can imagine in a game like Dark Souls, that's like really bad. Like really, really bad. Then I also have, I have these cards. So left hand is disabled. So if you play this card, I literally can't use my left hand. Like I have to take my left hand off of the controller for like 3 minutes. And so these are all custom cards, and this is what Streamloots is. Waffles, hi, how are you doing? All 5 pieces of the Unstoppable Sensodia. Do you know what I want to do, Taro? I want to create an Exodia, but for Loaf. So you'll have like Loaf the Forbidden One, and then like left paw of the Forbidden One, right paw of the Forbidden One, left leg of the Forbidden One, and right leg of the Forbidden One, and it's literally just like all Loaf. So like it'll be a close-up of Loaf's head, a close-up of Loaf's paw beans, and then if you collect all 5, it's like something happens. It's those sound annoying. I'm interested. So yeah, Juan, if you go to, and it's really, you really don't even have to like sign up or anything, streamloots.com. You really don't have to sign up. You just log in with your Twitch account. So if you go to Streamloots, log in. Oh, it gave collections. It should. Oh my god, I hate when it does that. Let me correct that. It should just be streamloots.com. Collections is for stream creators. So if you go to streamloots.com and log in with your Twitch account, you'll be logged in. Let me know when you do, and then I can gift you a card because you dug up a single card in the Grand Mining Facility. So that's like an extremely rare find when using your drill, is you can find my Streamloots cards. The one I hate the most is this one. And this is the one you guys like to troll me with. It's my Freshly Baked Puns card. So when you play this card, and I should really make this a rare card instead of a common. So green are common, blue are rare, purple are kind of like more rare, and then gold are extremely rare. I'm in the page thingy. Okay, so do you see up top? Do you see up top like a login? So if you find the login and it says login with Twitch, you just click that and then you hit authorize and then you'll be logged in. And then once you do that, I can send you a card pack. Already logged in with Twitch? Let's go. Okay. So let's gift you a pack. So 1 card, 1 pack. User Wanco8. Maybe I have to refresh, or maybe I have to give it a moment for it to recognize you. Let me try that again. Gift pack. Oh wait, Wanco. Oh, there you are. Okay, so Juan, you're gonna get 1 pack with 1 card in it. Okay, so now you can open the card pack and see what card you got. And if it's like a controller disrupting card, I would definitely hold on to it until I'm playing a game. And then you can play it. Holy Gamba! Yeah, and if you guys like this idea of these Streamloots cards, every week in the Discord server, I give away a free pack of cards with 2 cards in it. So like if I go to the Discord server right now, up here in announcements, in the announcement zone, you have the Streamloots weekly bounty, and you can collect this week's bounty, and you can actually collect last week's bounty too. There's always going to be 2 bounties in here. So when you're logged in to your Streamloots, All you do is click these two links and you'll get free cards every week. You got a Lettergories card? Let's go. Yeah, you can feel free to play your
Phoenix
Lettergories.
Audubon played no fines for OWO.
No fines for a woo, so you guys can woo to your heart's content. You have, what is that, a minute of no woo fines? Exactly. You know, I really need to update my Streamloots cards. I have some really good ideas for some new cards. I just haven't had the time to do it. Yes, look at those awoos. No fines. 0 fines for those awoos. So yeah, that's how our Streamloots works. It's kind of, so for me, the reason I signed up with Streamloots is, I don't know, I don't really promote my tip jar a lot. I really feel uncomfortable with being like, oh hey guy, woo fines are back in place. No more woos. So I don't know. I don't promote my tip jar all that often because I guess I don't feel comfortable being like, hey guys, I have this tip jar. If you wanna tip me some money for nothing, I don't feel comfortable. It's like, it just feels weird for me to ever do that. So although I do have a tip jar, I don't promote it. I'd much rather, like, you guys subscribe to me instead. Like, if you want to support the channel financially, like, I'd rather you subscribe so that you get emotes. And this is where Streamloots comes in. You could actually purchase my own Streamloots packs on Streamloots, and that way it's like tipping me, but you get cards, like fun interactive cards in return. And I feel much more comfortable that you guys are getting something in return for that. Look at those drills going crazy. He's found the drill tech. No, once you find the true drill tech is realizing you can do ! drill and ! charge in your whispers. That's the real tech. Because I did that because we have an expert miner in the Brushtail Brigade. He goes by the name Null Protogen. And Null loves drilling and mining in the Grand Mining Facility, where he would like do Control-C, Control-V, Control-C, Control-V, and my chat became flooded with non-stop. He was crazy. The way he was able to do it that quickly was insane to me. And I was like, you know what, Null? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make these chat commands available and activatable in your Twitch whispers. And he was like, whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, doing it in Twitch whispers does bypass the 30-second like issue. So I did that specifically for Null, and then I realized, like, dude, I could do this for everybody. So yeah, if you're digging in the Grand Mining Facility, you could actually do all of that in your Twitch whispers. And I'm actually planning on utilizing that functionality of Sammy more in the future, specifically with ad breaks. What I want to do is I want to create this like text-based minigame that you and Haywire go on if you're stuck in ad jail, and it'll be like this text-based adventure where it's like, oh, you find a forest. You go right or left, and then you could like type right or left in your whispers, and then your character and Haywire will move to a new position. Something along those lines. I haven't, it's still in pre-alpha concepting. Okay, are we done with the line work? Did I finish the line work finally? Oh my god, the last time I looked at the clock, it said 3 hours and 30 minutes that we've been streaming. That was an hour ago. I literally thought that was 10 minutes ago. I swear I'll finish this line work. I promise. We're almost done anyways. So we got this, that. Okay, so let's zoom out. I think we got everything perfect. So the last thing I want to do before we wrap up tonight's adventure is I want to get the primer layer done and dusted. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, there's some line work cleanup that we need to do. Oh yeah, there's some. Oh my god, yeah. Woo! Yeah, there's some cleanup. All right, so let's work on the cleanup, and then we'll do the primer layer, and then we'll start. Oh, Juan found another Stream Loots card. Oftentimes, what I tell people, because I know Miyako's another Brushtail Brigadier. Tech, hello. I haven't completely gagged on one yet, but boy, it gives me chills, cause like, it's so massive. Welcome to the Brushtail Brigade! I'm your wholesome captain and variety game master, Sen! We go on a variety of adventures like gaming and art. Here, you'll find fun, excitement, and plenty of secrets on this channel. But I can't do this alone, so let's meet the rest of the crew! Haywire, our sassy bot. She controls all the bells and whistles on the channel. Loaf, our silent protagonist, hero of Loaf Quest and Troll and Roll Adventures, and of course, you guys, the Brushtail Brigade! So, set your life points, choose your Pokemon, and grab a controller, as an adventure awaits. Tech, hello! How are you doing? That your life point's gonna go crazy? Dude, Taro, I knew you would appreciate that. How are you? Hi. How was? Wait for it. I know what you were streaming. Totally. Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim. I'm doing Dead Inside, but in a good way. Oh my goodness. So what were you doing in Skyrim? And welcome raiders, for those who are brand new here. Welcome to our channel. We are the Brushtail Brigade. I am the wholesome leader, Sen. We do art streams every Thursdays, gaming every Mondays and Fridays, usually in the evening after I get off of work. Tonight we're doing a very fluffy Castor, who is a tiger deer, I think. I just streamed for 12 hours unintentionally. I did modded Skyrim, did a bunch of silly shenanigans, went on a quest for Burger Queen crown. Oh my god. That's so funny. Dude, Tech, you know what's hilarious? Excuse me. I was just talking about how prior to the current job I'm in, I used to love doing 12-hour streams. I used to do 12-hour streams almost consistently. I was that much of a maniac. But life came in, was like, here's this really cool job, and we need to take your streaming down to 4 hours. And I was like, okay. I'm gonna be a little sad on the inside, but I could do 4 hours. My brain is fried. I can imagine, like 12-hour streams are no laughing matter. Like those require a steady jog rather than a full-out sprint. It's literally it's all about attrition. For 3 hours, 6 on a good day. Yeah, most of us usually 3 hours is usually like the good spot. I'm just weird. I used to love doing the 10 to 12 hour streams. Oh man. But hey, I get 12 hours every week. 4 hours on Monday, 4 hours on Thursday, 4 hours on Friday. And then those wacky Super Mario RPG speedrun streams, which are usually like 8-hour long events. But yeah, so we were doing a lot of drawing tonight. I'm really pleased with how this piece came out. We are going to work on what I call a primer layer next. You've given me too much power, Sen. I have, yes, Juan. Yes, and I think you're Juan. I think you're up to two new Streamloots cards. So Juan, when you're done mining in the Grand Mining Facility, let me know, and we'll tally up your cards, like how many you dug up, and then I'll give you them an all one fell swoop. Yeah, see, now you understand the obsession Null Protogen has with mining in the Grand Mining Facility. He absolutely adores mining for gems. Whoa, what happened? What happened here? Hello? There we go. Hate to raid and run. No, Tech, you get some post-stream care. You did 12 hours, and especially 12 hours that you're not used to streaming. So I totally understand how you're feeling. So you have a wonderful night. Your community is in good hands. Tech community, welcome on in. This stream, this channel, I often introduce it as the Legend of Zelda of Twitch channels. You come in, you look at the stream, you're like, this is an average stream. You got the VTuber, the chat, the overlay, all that good jazz. The longer you're here, the more secrets you will find, both in chat, on the screen, in the channel redemptions. There is a ton. So Legend of Zelda, I joke around, I say Legend of Zelda is my religion. Therefore, my channel is based off of it. I love secrets. I love being curious. I love finding little knickknacks and doodads that don't stand out right away. That require just a little bit of, inquiry. But yeah, Tech, you have a wonderful night's sleep. Thank you again for the raid. We're gonna get to a midway point on this magnificent piece that we're working on for Castor. So let's move to the primer layer. Good hands. I call my community the Neon Den. Well, welcome Neon Den. You have now entered into the galaxy controlled by the Brushtail Brigade. We are a fun, wholesome little community that loves everything derpy. That's it of drilling for now. Okay, so Juan, you dug up 2 more cards, correct? Let me gift you another pack here. Juan, where's your name here? Juanco 8? Nope, 8. I misspelled your name again, didn't I? Oh, I did. Such a derp. There you are. Okay. So, still in the mines, Taro. Good luck. Send pack. Alright, I'm sending you another pack of cards. One, but this time it's 2 cards in this pack. Okay, so let me actually take a quick moment. Me likey shiny rock. Dude, yeah, that's why I made the ground mining facility to begin with, because I'm the same way. I like the shiny. Let me actually show you guys something. It's part of Project Loaf that I'm working on, but it kind of gives you an idea and on where all this stuff is located. Excuse me. Okay. Let me pull this up for you guys. So if you guys want to know where all this stuff is, but here is the rough sketch of our overworld. So if you guys want to know where we're at right now, we are here. We're in the Brushtail Brigade capital ship up in space. So we're in the game room of the capital ship.
Jonko8 played Question Me This. What's one of your favorite games?
One of my favorite games? Since I've already told you guys that Super Mario RPG is my favorite game of all time, I'll go with probably my second favorite JRPG, Breath of Fire 3 for the PlayStation 1. I blame that game for eventually having me become furry. There's a character named Ray in the game. He's a were-tiger. He made me feel things. That's a good card to play. I love that card. So here's the capital ship that we're on right now. Here's the Grand Mining Facility. So the Grand Mining Facility is this like gigantic asteroid rock that was once abandoned because there was the giant monster inside of it. And so because nobody wanted it and we took care of the problem, we became the owners of the Grand Mining Facility. So that's the lore behind there. Where else? Oh, right here. Check this out. So you guys see Loaf Quest on the bottom of the screen? This is where Loaf goes. So this is Loaf's house. So Loaf goes out, hits up Prairie Plains. I forget what the prairie's called. So it goes to the prairie and then enters Firefly Forest. So that's where the forest icon is on the map. Where Loaf Quest is. And then he gets out of the forest, and then here's Crystal Lake. So he goes by Crystal Lake, finds himself in Sapphiric City, which is the middle of the map. Then he goes up to the plains, the breezy plains, enters, where is it? Skygazer Mountains, which is now towards the end of the map. And then goes up to Aurora Plateau, which is what you see there, the snowy mountain next to me. And then he works his way all the way over to the Ice Gate Temple, which is where we fight the boss. And then inside the Ice Gate Temple is where the treasure lies. And then Loaf teleports himself from the temple back to his house once Loaf Quest is done. So you guys can see a visual of like where Loaf goes on his adventure. What other places? There's the we have an ice gym, a Pokemon gym. So that's located there. Or Winter Lodge, whenever we have our Christmas celebration, we enter the Winter Lodge. Anytime we get a rank up, the Inner Sanctum, aka the Forest Sanctum, and the Mystic Cove where the Magic Crystal lies is right there. Those who have been here for our Send Spook special We enter our haunted shack for the entire month, and we play spooky games. And I think that's pretty much it in terms of like what we see on stream. Yeah, those are the key points of the stream, and you got some lore behind it too. So I just want to show that off to you guys, that we have an entire overworld map. The game room is where we stream from is just one aspect of that world. The more you know. Anywho, let's get started on the primer layer. So the primer layer is a layer that we draw with the pen tool to get the most crisp edges, I guess you could say. Oh, Juan, you found another one. Went back to digging. Yeah, I respect it. I like this song. This song is so much fun. Yeah, it's almost like we're plotting points on the angles, the major angles on this drawing, like the outer perimeter of this drawing. And the reason I do this primer layer is strictly for the fact that if somebody who gets one of my art pieces comes back and is like, dude, I really like this headshot that you did. Could you make this into maybe like a Telegram sticker? Or do you think you can make an outline? Like, can you put an outline on it? This is what the primer layer helps me do. Is it helps me quickly and easily create a really smooth outline. And I could show you that once we have the primer layer installed. But setting up the primer layer is always a two round pass. Like think of a racetrack, but we have to do 2 laps of it. So the first lap is just like plotting the points into this like jagged, unrefined outline. And then the second lap is when we contour the pen outline to the outline of the drawing. And you'll see that here. So now that we've completed the first lap, then we go into the second lap and we start to curvify this janky looking like pen outline. Pen tool outline is what I'm going to call it. And see how we try to make it curve to the line work that I've done above. So by doing this, we get a very precise, very clean base, I guess you can call it, like base color that we splash on. And the good thing about this too is the primer layer actually becomes our bounding box too for color. So no color will be able to break outside of this primer layer where we have this. Yeah, you could think of this primer layer as a bounding box that can't be broken out of. It's almost like a cage to the color. Oh, this is the last array. We heard this song at the beginning of stream. Dude, let's go. I like this song. It's a really good song. Krita mentioned. One of my favorite tools in Photoshop / Krita. Yeah, it's such a powerful tool. A lot of artists, digital artists, avoid the pen tool at all costs because it looks scary, and I totally get it. At first glance, the pen tool does look a heckin' scary, but once you know how to wield it, it's such a powerful tool. Actually reached the token cap. Let's go. Hey, Juan, that just means that if we ever get hit with a raid boss, you will be 100% prepared. Because there's a raid boss that we can fight if conditions are met. But yeah, raid bosses, they're no joke. They're very terrifying. Krita? You know what? I wouldn't be surprised, Ferret, if it was Krita. I went with Krita because it sounds like critter. Like a little critter. But I say things wrong all the time. Like you guys know in Ocarina of Time, the gold Skulltulas? You want to know how I say them? I say them Skutulas. So, I am one that doesn't say words very correctly very frequently. As I commonly say, I can't spoke right. Shadow Realm? We're taking all the good ore chunks. Yeah, what's actually cool is in certain raid boss fights in Loaf Quest, Haywire will come in and she'll deactivate the safety features on your Grand Mining Facility drills, and you will actually be able to use your Grand Mining Facility drills against certain raid bosses. Actually pretty cool. I like to tie certain things together like that. Almost like a Smash Brothers effect. Like, ooh, everything is tied together. I'm nerdy like that. If we get done with this primer layer and we get Lope into another combat fight, I'll show you something cool. Something that is usually only seen in a raid fight, but every now and then I'll just be like, I'll throw it up just for funsies. Be like, check this out, guys. Okay. Oh man, we are almost done with this primer layer. Second pass. Life is real. Yeah, I've noticed that as I've grown in understanding how to make really nice floof, it's complicated. It's made the primer layer construction that much more complicated. Oops. That is not, I created a new layer rather than adding to it. Ooh, switch to an archer. Go. Archer's keeping an eye on Loaf. Oh! Juan, you were going crazy with these card finds. Wild. Alright, there we go. Getting there. Oh! Loaf has found a Trent. Luckily, these are pretty low-level monsters. Generally, you don't have to worry about their attack power in comparison to Loaf. I mean, they can eventually rack up some decent damage against Loaf, but it takes these monsters a little bit of time. But then you get to Aurora Plateau, and then you're like, I'm fighting a giant owl that's kicking Loaf's tushy. And then you're like, okay, I need to get serious. Weird. I'm gonna move that there, move this up here. Yeah, there we go. Here. This way. Okay, yeah, we've managed to get it up to the antler here. So yeah, we're almost done with the second pass. Add another thing here. Bazooka. I thought about having something similar for Loaf, where he just nukes you. But the idea never got beyond the conceptual phase. Like, I don't know when we're gonna use this or how it's gonna be used. Because in the early days of Loaf, like concepting Loaf as a character, I was like, initially, instead of his obsession with cinnamon rolls, it was actually an obsession with TNT. But I was like, I mean, I get it, but it's not as funny as him being cinnamon roll motivated. But I still kept his mischievousness. He still likes to watch things explode. But generally he's a passive observer. Generally he doesn't partake in actually like blowing people up. But if somebody's gonna blow up, he'll be there to watch. In excitement and cinnamon roll, having a cinnamon roll in his hand. Right, there we go. Got it. Now what we're gonna do is we have this primer layer and this YCH color. Then we just go fill path. Beautiful. So now we've got the primer laid down. And we are good to go for the coloring. Now, we won't do coloring until next Thursday, because I feel like we should be closing up shop here pretty soon. It is almost 1 in the morning for me. So, but before we go, I want to show you guys that Lope thing that I was talking to you guys about. I think you guys would appreciate this. Normally only seen during a raid fight, but I figured, you know what, let's give it a shot. Alright, Loaf, I need you to find an enemy. Oh, perfect timing, dude. Finds it just when I need him to. He's fighting that octopus thing from earlier, but check this out. Oh, why is that up? That should not be up. That's an error. It's a mega error. There we go. That should be up. Look, it's full screen. We're full screen. So again, we don't have audio yet to this scene, but we have a full screen mode, which is like really cool. Oh my goodness. Jero, welcome to the Brushtail Brigade. Thank you for the follow. Congratulations, you're our newest Brushtail adventurer. It's cool. Once we defeat the enemy, it automatically goes back to the game room. Super cool. Dude, that's a cool emote. Oh my god, it's spinning. But yeah, it's a little fun thing that happens. Usually we only see that screen, like I said, usually we only see that screen when a raid boss is fighting is happening, but sometimes I have a little fun. Oh yeah, you got 5 cards. Okay. Well, Juan, is that 5 new cards? Did you get 5 new cards, or is that including the 2 that I sent you earlier? Oh, you're a visionary. 2? Okay. So that means I owe you 3 cards, right? Shinobi, you have a wonderful, wonderful night's sleep. Thank you for joining. You owe me 2? Okay, okay. Cool. So let me get your name up here again. So 2 more cards being sent your way right now. All right, perfect. But yeah, I think I'm going to go and fall asleep in my bed. So let's get the raid started. Let's find somebody who's streaming, and we will see who we can head on over to. Oh, you know what? Let's keep the art vibes going if he's still streaming here. So our buddy Calzoners, who was in here earlier, is streaming presently, and it would seem my Twitch froze, question mark. I mean, I'm still here with you guys, but I don't know why my Twitch like up and froze to death. Weird. Is Twitch okay? I feel like Twitch is super slow right now. I got a legendary? Yes. Oh, before we end stream too, we still need a thumbnail. So when I'm out of this when I'm out of the Shadow Realm, let's do a thumbnail, shall we? Okay, yeah, so we're gonna head on over to our good friend Calzoners, who is also a local fur to me. But I will say I wouldn't say he's a family-friendly streamer like I am. He's a great artist though. So I totally get it if you're here for the family-friendly content and want to dip before the raid. But yeah, he does some really good art, like extremely good art. We could take it. That's true. That is definitely true. So does anybody want to trigger the YouTube thumbnail generator redeem? Get us a nice little thumbnail before we call it a night. That's another thing that, oh, there we go. I think this is a good pose for the thumbnail. Hey, there we go. So I don't think we've had a thumbnail generated yet, so Lance is the enemy of YouTube monetization. I could totally see that. All right, so yeah, let's raid on over to Calzone, who I believe is still streaming, hopefully. Okay, good. So he's getting started. He's getting started with a video game right now, which is great. So let's ask Kwire here and get our raid started. So she asks, please place the Twitch URL of the raid target. Okay, I will do that. That's what I love about it. So this is all done in Sammy too. I have Haywire ask me who the raid target is, and then she sets it up for me. Alright, what emote do I want to use tonight? Oh, dude, let's do the send notes. I think that'd be good. Then notes. We drew a handsome kitty. It'll be a raid message for the night. Okay, hit OK. That should appear in chat. We drew a handsome kitty. So if you guys have our emotes, feel free to use the first one. If you don't, feel free to use the second one. Or if you want to use your own emotes, and I gotta remember that Haywire automatically posts the raid message to my clipboard. I don't need to copy it directly from chat. I always forget that. That'll be our raid message tonight. You guys, I had a blast with you all. I hope you had fun here. We are going to be back at another adventure tomorrow, maybe a little bit earlier than 7:30, because I will have some extra time available to me. Tomorrow is going to be Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, where we are going to wrap up our side questing as we try to get 100% before beating the finale, or getting to the finale of Echoes of Wisdom. So tomorrow we're going to be looking for our last stamp, our last gratitude crystals, and our last pieces of heart. We get those 3 done, then we move on to the final portions, what I suspect is the final portions of Echoes of Wisdom. I don't know for certain because I've never played a full playthrough of it, but considering I have pretty much everything else in the game, I'm assuming that where it's taking us next is the final area. And for the stream, of course, Juan, thank you for being here. Thank you, Tungsten, for being here. Thank you, Juan, and Taro, and Panda, and everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna head to bed. Stick around, we're gonna go to our friend Calzone, and I will see you guys tomorrow in the next stream. Bye, everyone. Love you guys. Sleep well when you do sleep.